And you are live.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the September 21st work session of the East Hampton Town Board. Carol, would you please read the roll call?
Councilwoman Burke Gonzalez.
Present.
Councilman Lees.
Present.
Councilwoman Overbeek.
Here.
Councilman Bragman.
Here.
Supervisor Van Scoyac.
Present. Please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning. Today's meeting will begin with a public portion where any member of the public may address us on any topic. We ask that you try to keep your comments to 3 minutes or less, please. We'll have the following topics for discussion by the board today. We'll have personal wireless infrastructure poll results. Cityscape, our outside consultants, will be presenting that. We have a request from Orsted Eversource for access and survey work along town properties. We'll have South Lake Drive stormwater abatement conceptual design discussion. Melissa Winslow from our Natural Resource Department will be leading that discussion. With PW Grosser and LaGuardia Landscaping Design are the outside consultants. The Cabaz Acquisition Environmental Assessment Form Review with John Chilnicki and our Assistant Planning Director, Eric Shantz. And then we'll have a discussion about Lee Hayes Memorial Proposal for the Amagansett Youth Park. And then we'll have liaison reports, and we do have a few resolutions as well. So let's go ahead and get started. Do we have any callers on the line, Jason?
Yes, we do. I'll unmute the first caller. Caller ending 1551. You're on the air. Okay, moving on to next caller. Hello, caller 2866.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline. I'm calling from the Crandall Norfolk Woodlands. I see that the survey results are on the agenda today and like to respectfully request that we have an opportunity to publicly comment after that presentation. Given that these are no longer in-person meetings, it's very hard to have meaningful community input. And given that that particular agenda item directly impacts this community, we would like to have the opportunity to share our comments. Would that be possible?
I'll consider that request.
Okay. The other thing I'd like to just ask is, A, what is happening with the Girl Scouts negotiations? There's been no meaningful update. We received a one-word answer last week when we asked that question. And it's confusing because we're here today to talk about survey results, about where to place a tower and what type of tower, but at the same time there's ongoing negotiations with stakeholders at Camp Blue Bay. So it's very confusing to community members. It's been very disruptive to our lives. And we're concerned that the town board, or at least most of it, is not listening to what we're saying. And so we'd like to have some type of meaningful response as to the status of the negotiations, the status of the proposal at the Crandall Norfolk Woodlands. We've received no response from the town with respect to the material we've submitted, the public comments we've submitted, the correspondence from our attorney. We're completely left in the dark here, and it's frankly unfair to community residents to have to live this way. Mr. Van Scoyac, do you have any response to the community residents whose lives have been turned upside down by this proposal?
So Jackie, a couple of things there. You say that there's confusion about what's going on, and we've reported that we've renewed negotiations with the Girl Scouts about locating a emergency communications tower on that site. That's our primary focus at this point for an emergency communications tower, and those negotiations are ongoing. I don't have any substantive information that I can share with you at this time, but that's where our focus is. Regarding the wireless pole, that's not specifically to any one property. It's not really addressing so much a location for a potential site as it is really a town-wide poll to understand what the community wants in terms of better cellular communications, how important that is. And I think as you see when we go through the presentation, that information is much more general in nature and doesn't have a specific, I think, impact on any location per se. So, again, we're...
So if I may, forgive me for interrupting, but if I may, can you confirm for us, now that you have received the information you've received from the community, you've received the information with respect to the legal concerns we have about that location, can you confirm for the community whether or not the Crandall Norfolk Woodlands is off the table?
That would be a board decision, but I would say that, we've heard you loud and clear that what your concerns are, and we've certainly taken those to heart. And as I said, our primary focus at this point is in trying to negotiate and site a tower on the Girl Scout camp property. That's where our focus is right now. Hopefully we'll be successful with that.
And is there a timeline for that decision?
Well, I mean, you've heard numerous times how critical we believe it is that we complete the emergency communications portion, especially of our existing upgrade townwide of those communications, that's urgent. And additionally, we know that a number of areas in town are underserved with regard to personal wireless services, particularly in Springs. And I think, that will probably bear out in the numbers and the responses that we've seen in the poll. So we know we have issues there that we need to try to resolve. And, we have taken to heart community input. We appreciate that. For many people, that becomes unsettling and concerning when we review all the options that we potentially have. So I think, I can appreciate the uncertainty and how that creates anxiety, but I can tell you that our focus really is on the Girl Scout camp. And, I'm hopeful that we can come to a conclusion.
Well, my hope is that the board will reach the decision and soon to put all of the community members' anxieties and stress to rest once and for all in this community. It would behoove this board to say once and for all that you realize the Crandall Norfolk Woodlands are not an appropriate site. It is very unfair to leave us living in this limbo. So I hope that as a board, you will reach that decision and that you will do so quickly.
Thank you for calling.
I'd like to have the opportunity to comment after the survey. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie.
Moving on to the next caller.
Callers on the line?
Yes, we do.
Please.
And hello, caller, ending 1146. Hello.
Hello. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, board. I appreciate your time. My name is Michael Naub. I'm just calling to say that I'm in support of preserving the Crandall Norfolk Woodlands from having a cell tower erected there. Like Jackie had said previously, I think it would be nice to possibly in the future maybe have some updates on how the negotiation with the Girl Scout camp is going as far as a permanent tower there. And I was just wondering, with the immediate need for emergency communications, if you are still, or have you talked to the fire department about a temporary solution for that? I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And yeah, we're looking at all of our both short-term and long-term options for completing the Springs portion of the emergency communication system. there was no emergency communications tower in Springs, and we've committed to make sure that that area gets the coverage for emergency communications that it should have. So again, we're looking at all options at this time. Thanks for calling.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to next caller. Hello, caller. You're on the air. Hello, caller 5079. You are on the air. Okay. Moving on to next caller. Hello, caller 45868. You're on the air. Hello.
Yes, can you hear me?
You're very faint
Yes.
right now.
Okay, let me hold on one sec here. Is that any better?
Lot. Thank you.
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Great. Hi, my name is Kevin Farrell. Thank you for taking the call and having this meeting. I hope everybody's enjoying their last full day of summer here. As previous callers, just wanted to support your guys' decision to look a little bit further into the Girl Scout site. I do not support the site, the Crandall Norfolk, and my question to the board is, at this time, what barriers and objections have you come across so far in your preliminary negotiations that you would see as stopping that site from being the site for the tower? Thank you.
Yeah, Kevin, I mean, initially we approached Girl Scout camp as a preferred site, and after being told by the Girl Scouts to enter into negotiations with American Tower, who has the lease for the existing tower on that site, it became apparent that American Tower could not meet our needs of putting a tower at 185 feet. There was a limitation, I believe, of 120 feet under their lease, Girl Scouts. And we were under the impression that the Girl Scouts wouldn't budge on that number. We went looking for other sites, came out afterwards when the Girl Scout camp manager had heard the discussions about Crandall, that, well, wait, the Girl Scouts might entertain a higher tower. And we later received notice, and at a meeting with the CEO of the Girl Scouts, she expressed that, yes, the Girl Scouts would indeed entertain a 185-foot tower on the sites. And so they had been reaching out to American Tower as well. We've subsequently, again, reinitiated those discussions about siting the tower there. So as I said earlier, I don't have anything substantive to report in terms of progress with those negotiations, but they're ongoing.
Okay, so I don't know if I'm still on, but if that was the biggest hurdle and that's been jumped over, it'd be great to have an update as to what's next.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, hopefully we will get to that in the very near future. We're all anxious to get this resolved. Thanks for calling in.
Efforts. Thank you.
All right, moving on to the next caller. Caller ending 7567. You're on the air. Hello.
Hi, town board members. Thanks for taking my call. It's Joe Sigilia. I am also calling about the emergency communication services and cell phone tower issue. And I think, like almost everyone, want to express my opinion that the Crandall Norfolk Woodlands is clearly not an appropriate location for many reasons, including it seems to not even be a legal location for the site. I hope the town board has finally come to that realization, along with hopefully your advice from town employees. And so glad to hear the update. And Supervisor Van Scoyac, just have one kind of follow-up question, because I had many of the same concerns that previous callers have had. Just to clarify, I think you referred to the Girl Scout locations for the emergency communication. And just to be very specific, two-part question, are you first also considering that both for cellular service as well, and as well as the emergency communications? And if not, are you considering splitting in some ways those two services, the emergency services and the cellular services, and putting them at different locations, including a cow? If you could just clarify that, thanks.
Well, I would start by saying that the town's primary interest is in completing the emergency communications system, and that has been our primary focus. At the same time, we also understand that cellular coverage, and it became even more poignant during the pandemic, is lacking in many areas, particularly in Springs, and many people do rely on their cell phones to be able to make emergency calls. So, under the town code, opportunity sites are sites at which wireless communications can be placed. They could be existing towers, they could be water towers, other structures. We've seen them go in church steeples, etc. So while we're not providers of wireless communications, certainly if there was a 185-foot tower put at the Girl Scout camp, I think we all understand that it would also have wireless communications situated on it as well. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, it does. That's really helpful. And just an unrelated point, I know a number of people have asked this question before. It seems from publicly available data that luckily COVID cases are not rising rapidly in East Hampton. And while we all appreciate the extra safety measures that have been put in place, many people believe it would be a good idea for in-person meetings to begin again, and wondering where you stand on that.
Actually, the numbers have risen, and I'll give a more detailed report during my liaison report, but the previous two-week periods, we've seen the infection rate of positivity from local testing go from 10% now to 12 and 14% in East Hampton and Montauk. So it is actually increasing, and we're concerned about that. We've had a number of cases of town employees now getting sick and being out of work as a result, including in the police department and other departments. So, at this time, I don't think we're seeing a positive movement in the numbers downward. And in fact, it's concerning to see that they're going up. So at this time, I don't expect to go back to in-person meetings. But as soon as we get indication that, in fact, those numbers have reached a low enough positivity that we feel that it's okay to do that without putting people at risk, then we will.
Okay, it would be helpful if you could, as had happened much earlier in the pandemic, make that make the information publicly available. 13% positivity rate seems like higher than what I can find publicly available. So it would be nice to know where you're getting.
Yeah, so I can explain that.
Would like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll explain
Sure.
that. When you get the county COVID tracker, will give positivity rates for East Hampton. But what they're doing is they're giving the positivity rates for those who list their primary residence as being in East Hampton. And our local testing is actually picking up numbers from people who might have a second home in New York City, or might be here working, and their year-round address is somewhere else. So our numbers are going to reflect, I think, better what the actual infection rate is of those being tested within the township, as opposed to being reported under primary residence addresses at the county. Does that make sense to you?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And I would that does. It would be great to see the data publicly available.
Sure,
I think
we'll get it.
many
We'll
people
have
have been
it.
wondering why that not stayed on the town website the whole pandemic. And just one quick follow-up point, then I'll let you get to the next caller. Like others have said, depending on what the presentation is today, it would be helpful to have the opportunity for people to comment afterwards, depending on what comes from that, from the cityscape.
Understood. Thank you, Joe, for calling.
Thank you. Thanks.
Have
Okay.
a good day.
Moving on to the
Any
next
other
caller.
callers?
Yes, we do. And unmuting now. Hello, caller, ending in 2450. You're on the air.
Hi, it's Stephanie Ippolito. I was just calling to listen in on the cell tower results and continued support for not having the cell tower built on Crandall, and thrilled to hear the negotiations seem to be going in the right direction with the Girl Scouts. So thank you very much.
Well, thanks for calling, Stephanie.
Okay,
Have a great day.
moving on to next. Caller ending 0290. You're on the air.
Hi, my name is Kelly Dunn, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm a resident of the Springs, as you may remember, and I'm just here to support maintaining the Crandall Norfolk Woodlands area as it is now. I know we're here to listen to the results of the survey. I'm pretty sure most residents in East Hampton will support building a cellular tower somewhere. There is no doubt that a tower is needed. I'm hoping that we all just come to the realization that there's a better place for this tower than the 7-acre woods near Crandall Norfolk Woodlands, which is where my kids play and other kids play. I'm really glad to hear that the negotiations with the Girl Scouts are going on, and hopefully we'll figure out that they can accommodate this 185 tower. I'm still concerning to me why the firehouse parking lot is not more of the part of the conversation, but I will table that because if we are making progress with the Girl Scouts, I think that's a good sign. So thank you for having me, and curious to see what happens.
Thanks for calling, Kelly.
Okay, moving on to next caller. Hello, caller, ending 2995. You're on the air.
Yeah, hi, members of the board. It's Aaron Warkov from the Springs, and I too am in support of anything you can do to get better cell service up here. It's absolutely terrible, and everybody's pretty much covered that. So I'm going to go on to the next thing, which is many of the residents up here are really concerned about the speeding. There's been a super big increase of population, but it's always been a kind of a chronic issue in the Springs of people speeding through cut-through streets, even on the the main streets. I personally live on Old Stone Highway, not too far from the Springs Elementary School, and I'm amazed when I'm just walking up the road with my dog that people are going, in I would say in excess of 50 miles an hour in a 30 zone. There are lots of other places in the Springs that people have actually called out and talked to me about, as just a couple of days ago. And they're requesting that in more crowded and dense residential areas, the speeds not be 30 miles per hour, but more like 25. Because 25 miles an hour actually equals 30 to 35 the way drivers drive. And if you go to 30 mile an hour limit, they're at 35 to 40, and so on and so forth. So once we get up to this 30 mile an hour speed limit, people are going 35, 40 plus miles an hour, super dangerous, tons of kids here. It's a very dense area for families. And a lot of the cut-through streets, like, you can take anything that is from, like, let's say, any cut-through street between 3 Mile, Springs Fireplace, Hog Creek, Fort Pond, Gardeners, Woodbine, and Copaces are just massive drag racing streets there. So everybody's going very fast through those. So what I'm asking for, is there a way to increase the police budget for safety measures that would include adding more of some of those mobile speed warning signs so that we can get a little bit more of a presence and people can actually see how fast they're going up here? Plus, I'm asking maybe for more of a randomized speeding program with the police to catch speeders, but move it around a lot so nobody knows and keeps them off balance, and hopefully makes people start to pay attention to their speed a little bit more. There's also some other concerns with like park areas such as Maidstone. The loop there has, I've seen pictures from friends of mine of basically drag racing, peel out strips going down there, burning rubber. People talk about just walking down there and having people flying by there. I know in Springs Park they have removable speed bumps, and a lot of people are requesting that be implemented in Maidstone and any other kind of park where people are just trying to walk around, kids are playing. You just don't want to think that people are just rocking through there anymore. So this is a general call to increase budgetary measures for either the police or the highway to increase the safety issues around speeding. Okay, so that is, I'm asking you guys to start really taking this seriously and to really look at this issue, because it's on every chat board out here. People are so concerned about this issue, and I'd like you guys to actually come up with something that is going to address that concretely. So right now, nothing has really been done to address that. I'm going to read off, though, quickly, because I know I have 3 minutes, a list of people that have asked me to speak on behalf of them regarding some streets. They say, Folkestone Drive off 3 Mile Harbor, the dead-end water access is a spot for drug dealing, non-local fast driving traffic. Another one is any through street between 3 Mile, Springs Fireplace, Hog Creek, Fort Pond, Gardner's, Woodbine, and Copaces are also very fast streets. 2 areas that I really want to mention too is one, the corner of Flaggy Hole Roll at 3 Mile Harbor is overgrown with greenery, so it makes it very hard to make a left turn onto 3 Mile Harbor, and it's visually impaired. So it's a super dangerous area. And then again, to wrap it up, I think speed bumps, the mobile ones, because we know the snow plows have an issue if there's snowfall with speed bumps, would be a great solution in areas that are chronic, especially some of those through streets where people do not need to be going that fast, and they should take that down to a reasonable residential speed. So that's it in a nutshell. Thank you for hearing me out. I appreciate it, and please take this seriously.
Yeah, Aaron, thanks for calling. I want to say that, this is budget season. I had a meeting yesterday with the chief of police, and we actually discussed, among other things, heightened enforcement of speeding violations within the township, and that, that is a growing concern of many residents, and myself included. There is a speed sign going up at Old Stone. I think it'll be up sometime this week. And, that will give us an indication as to what the actual speeds and times of speeding are. And we can follow up with enforcement then after, understanding, what hours do we see the most traffic speeding, and we'll get an idea as to what the highest, speeds attain there. You mentioned speed limits and reducing them below 30. And we are not allowed under New York State town law to, as a township, to have speed limits below 30 miles an hour unless it's a school zone. There is a process for home rule exemption that can be brought to the state legislature. And if the state legislature approves it, and then we could have specific streets reduced below 30. We've made no less than 5 attempts to do that during my time on the town board, and the state legislature has declined at every occasion. Villages are under a different set of rules, and you may note that in the village of East Hampton, village of Sag Harbor, they have reduced their speed limits below 30 in many cases. So, we're aware of this issue. I've discussed it with the chief. I'm hoping that we can have a more comprehensive plan to address speeding, because I think that once people feel that there's not significant enough enforcement, then they feel that they can drive whatever speed with impunity, and we need to change that behavior. I appreciate you calling us today.
I just want to jump in and add a comment, if I may, and that is that I was aware of Aaron's comments and suggestions, and I've reached out to the chief and also to Steve Lynch at the highway department about the speed bumps, and I've gotten some preliminary response back from the chief, and I followed up a little bit, so I'll report in on that as well.
And I have a spring CAC meeting. I have a spring CAC meeting coming up next week, and I'm asking the chair to put it on for discussion so we can talk about a more comprehensive approach to the speed limits in Springs.
Yeah, great. I'll follow up with that too as well, so that I'm in the know of everything that's going on. Can I ask a question? Is it possible in the township, not the village, to put in ticketing cameras? I mean, I figured we're maybe down on police presence, and budget maybe is, the manpower is small, but can they do a mobile remote ticketing cam that's either permanent in bad places, or mobile, so that you can issue warnings first and then maybe citations if it's a chronic issue.
Right. So, we don't currently have the ability to do that. I would have to look into that, but I'm not aware of any towns on Long Island with speed or red light cameras on Eastern Long Island. I don't know if that's something we could do. I do know that where that is done, that it's not a criminal. It's not a tip. It doesn't go. It's points on your license. It's not a VTL violation. It's simply charging a fee for being caught speeding.
Yeah.
I know some other states have that. That's something we could pursue further, but I don't think New York State allows us to do that. But I'll look into that.
Yeah, I was a little bit confused about that. I checked into it, and some places say that school zones it's permissible, and other places it's not.
Right.
But there are a lot of seems to be exceptions to that rule, like in New York City, but maybe they have their own rules too. There are speed cams everywhere. There's some out in Brooklyn on long stretches of really flagrant places. So anyway, that would be something I would be interested in, because that won't take manpower away from the police department, which I think is a complete waste for us to keep calling about, speeding and issues like this all the time, because they just can't be everywhere. So this has got to be something that becomes almost self-policing in a certain way, with a little help from the police, because like I said, I don't really want to monopolize their time on these issues. So what I'm really hoping for is, again, looking at every creative solution that we can to try to reduce the speed and make it a little safer for the kids and bikers and hikers and walkers and, just everything out here. It's very windy, a lot of blind curves. I bike myself, and I'm really frightened to be out on a bicycle a lot of times, as well as I know that there's some other bikers out here who relayed the same concerns to me. So please see what you guys can come up with. Jeff, thank you for bringing that to the attention of everybody. And like I said, I will tune in. There's a bunch of us who are going to be tuning in to this issue and following it and following up on it and making sure that there is some kind of plan put in place that we can actually implement. So I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate you calling. And I did see some of the conversation on Nextdoor, so that's why I brought it up with the chief. But appreciate you calling in.
Yeah, very much. Appreciate you.
Do we have any other callers on the line, Jason?
Yes, we do. Going on to the next caller. Hello, caller 3607. You are on the air.
Oh, hi. I have the YouTube on. Should I turn that off?
Yes, please.
Or am I okay? My concern is similar to the last gentleman's concerns about our roads.
I'm sorry. Could you please state your name? Could you please state your name for the record, please?
I'm sorry. Sure. I'm sorry. Maxine DeSeta, and I live in the Springs part-time since 1980s. And my concern is that we don't have any bike lanes on Old Stone Highway or Barnes Hole Road. These are two roads that lead to the beaches. And it's so dangerous. Even if I walk my dog to the beach, we have nowhere to go when these cars speed. And I don't understand why we can't have at least a bike lane.
Okay, well, thank you for calling, Maxine.
Moving on to the next caller.
Is there,
sorry about that.
Is there, sorry. Yeah, is anything being done about having bike lanes on these two roads?
We haven't taken up that issue. I think most people know that Old Stone Highway is a pretty heavily trafficked and narrow right-of-way. I'm not even sure if there's room to put a bike lane on the road. But that's something, if the community is interested in, we'll certainly look into it.
Is there any group that is trying to work on this issue?
Not currently. If there is a spring CAC, if you want to, go to the CAC meetings and see if there's others who are interested in this, then that
CAC?
the community
Okay, well, I'm going to start.
advisory.
So, I'm sorry, how can I proceed to organize this? Because I'm willing to organize. We have so many people complaining about this particular issue.
Well, if you have specific streets like the two that you've named, you may want to take that to the citizens and see about getting it as an agenda item on the Citizens Advisory Committee.
On the Citizens Advisory Committee, the CAC. Oh, I see what you're saying. Correct. Okay. Yeah, as I said, these are two roadways that go down to the beach. So people like to bicycle, especially these days, to get there. But it is much too dangerous, even to walk with my dog. Thank you for your time. I will see what I can do about organizing this.
Thank you for calling, Maxine.
And moving on to the next caller. Caller ending 8931. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
And you are on the air, and can you please
Good
state your
morning.
name?
Thank you. Yes, my name is Bill Strawn at 44 Pond Boulevard in Springs. I'm not going to waste your time because I'm just checking in to keep abreast of the developments with the cell tower. The one comment I would have is that it seems that we're continually confusing the issue of the emergency system with better cell tower communication for cell phones. And I would urge once again that it seems to me that the argument advanced by the police station for their use and the security of the device and actually emergency communication is paramount. That said, I'm thrilled to hear that the tower at the Blue Bay camp may be going forward too, and maybe one solution will fit all. Thank you all for your continued services on the behalf of the town and everybody's residents. And that's all I've got to say because I feel informed. Thank you.
Thanks so much for calling, Bill. We appreciate your comments.
All right. Yeah.
Okay, unmuting next caller. Hello, caller ending 1131. You're on the air. Hello.
Hello. Hi, board. This is Lisa Legalia calling in. Most of my concerns and questions have been addressed by Jackie and Joe and Michael and all the rest of my neighbors. But I did want to follow up on just one question that has been addressed a few times, but I don't think we've actually got a clear answer. The negotiations with the Girl Scouts, okay, so we got the Girl Scouts to agree that 185-foot tower is acceptable. We are now talking to American Tower. That hurdle has been overturned, as we said. My question is, what is the next hurdle that you're dealing with, or what is the next of negotiations? Is it about money, or where are the negotiations standing? I know you said that they're ongoing, but if there are any other further issues, I think that we all should be aware because we've had issues in the past that we have all been able to contribute and help find solutions to. So that's a chance that we can possibly do that now. As you know, the press has been covering this story quite thoroughly, and I've been in communications with many people throughout the community, not just the people that are in the neighborhood of the Crandall Norfolk, but throughout the entire community, in Clearwater and such, and they are thrilled that the Girl Scouts site is the one that's being considered. So the community would be very happy with this location, no pushback. So with all the pushback that we're getting on Crandall and Lincoln, I'm hoping that this whole thing goes forward with the Girl Scouts. And again, just to address my question, what is the next hurdle that you're dealing with these negotiations with the Girl Scouts? If you can answer that, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, so there are a lot of things that are in play here. I mean, the Girl Scouts have a current lease agreement with American Tower, which they would have to rewrite, or at least, agree to allow for a taller tower. That would have to be done, and we have to go through negotiations with American Tower to, make that site available, and whatever costs and whatnot. So that's going to be negotiated. That's not going to be done in a public forum. You can understand that it's a little difficult to negotiate something with an entire community being involved in terms of a license or lease agreement. But that's essentially what needs to take place, and we're pursuing that. The Girl Scouts has, they have their own board of directors, and they have a process that they have to follow in changing any agreements and making agreements. American Tower is a company with a national, nationwide, series of towers that they own, lease, whatnot. And so they have a process as well. And we're working with both of those entities to try to complete an agreement that would allow us to put the emergency communications tower at that site. And again, once there's an emergency communications tower, that would become an opportunity site for personal wireless, although that, we're not going to be involved with the personal wireless portion on somebody else's property. So, I think there is a little bit of confusion in the public eye about the two, though we certainly know that there's a need for improved emergency communications, and that's our primary focus. And, it does relate to personal wireless and the fact that many people might make an emergency call from a cell phone within that community, which gets little or no service now.
Okay.
But we appreciate you calling.
I'm sorry? When you talk about emergency service tower, hello?
Yes. Go ahead, Lisa.
When you talk about the emergency service tower to initially be put in, are you referring to the cow, or is that a whole different tower that would be built for the emergency service?
So we need a permanent tower, but that will take some time. And we really would like to have those emergency services communications completed for Springs as soon as possible. And that may include putting up a temporary, what's called a COW, cell on wheels, which is a temporary or ballasted type of tower. So we have multiple options in putting a temporary tower up in a few different locations. A permanent tower is a bit more difficult to site.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for your time.
Thanks for calling, Lisa.
Going on to next caller. And all right, caller ending 4221. You're on the air.
Thank you. Good morning. It's Jane Meering and Emma Gansett. I wanted to ask today for the board perhaps to share a few extra pieces of information on two issues that are the topic of discussion. I'm not here to opine or advocate one way or the other on them, and I don't mean supply the information right now. But first, on the airport overview on the re-envisioning, I was lucky to participate in 2 of the 4 work group sessions. And one thing that kept coming up in people's minds and is an issue of concern, especially if the airport, let's say, were to be closed, is issues of safety and things like medevac resources, or even more broadly, emergency contingency plans. Where would staging and rescue happen in a very, very bad, alarming way? There are a lot of people who sort of felt like this is a major, problem, and one person even said, there'll be blood on your hands if you support closure. So I'm not here to advocate for closure, but what I would like to ask is, at some point in this process publicly, if the board could just help the community really understand, what emergency resources are there going forward, and what would be the plan X, if the airport were to be diminished in size or closed. So that's one thing I think would be helpful just for community understanding. Secondly, on the issue of Seaview versus East Hampton trustees in town, Peter, I heard your discussion on the Ask the Supervisor yesterday. Again, I'm not here to debate or opine, but there are just a couple pieces of information that I think could be clarified. Number one is really the definition of access under this decision. As I read it, and I am not a lawyer, it seems that what is restricted is the town's ability to issue driving permits that will allow for parking on the beach, but I didn't see where it's restricting all other access, like people crossing it, walking through, walking down, laying down on a blanket or anything like that. So, if that can be clarified, what is and is not prohibited, that would be great. Secondly, the deed itself, which was used as the basis for asserting ownership, I understand it covers this 4,000 linear feet of beach, but can you share at some point the boundaries of that deed, like the whole 1,000 acres? Because there is other property being developed. There are some lots that were just sold that seem to suggest that they're being sold with ownership of the beach further down on, off of Montauk Highway. And so I think it's important to think about what's next in terms of, claims of ownership. And then third, I don't know if you can share this at some point, but it would be helpful to know what is the total amount of dollars that the town has already spent in litigation and to defend this case over 12 years. So that's it for me.
Okay, well, I'll start with the last question first. I don't know what the total is right off the top of my head. That's a matter of public information. With regard to the airport and emergency medevac, I think it's safe to say, regardless of what happens at the airport, that there will be a continuing ability to use medevac helicopters from that location. I think it's kind of absurd to think that if the airport were to close, that you wouldn't be able to land a medevac helicopter there anymore. That's I don't know. It seems like scare tactics for those who don't want any further restriction or closure. With regard to staging for an emergency, the emergency plans in preparation primarily for hurricanes is that PSEG uses a portion of the airport surrounding runways to stage assets to be able to respond to power outages once the storm has passed. So they have multiple line trucks that are placed there. They stockpile additional telephone poles, etc. So, I don't really think I think it's been sort of misconstrued and overstated, but the importance of the airport is to emergency response. Clearly the medevac is an aspect, and we do have a number of medevac sites throughout the town. That's not just the East Hampton Airport, from Montauk all the way to Waynescott. So appreciate your call.
Just to interrupt for a second, I understand this. I happen to, I listen to a lot of meetings, but not everyone does. So I guess what I was asking is not so much for this type of response, but if in all of the documents that are posted publicly, perhaps there could just be something that more broadly the community could access and have as the sort of basis of.
So to your point, Jane,
that's all I'm really suggesting.
Yeah, to your point, in the workshops, part of the purpose of the workshop is to elicit those kind of comments and questions that we will compile and we will address, much as we did with the Hamlet studies, the charrettes, and public comments made about proposed changes to business districts, etc. We'll reconvene as a town board in a work session with our consultants who will compile those lists of comments, and those will be addressed. And again, we'll share the answers with the community.
Okay. Great.
Thanks for calling.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, moving on to next caller. All right, let's get this guy. Okay, caller ending 8046. You're on the air. Hello? Caller ending 8046. Just one more time. Just going to click mute and unmute. Hello, caller? Okay, I'm going to move on to the next caller. Caller ending 8764. You're on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Town Board. This is David Buddha. First, a quick word on the speeding issue. I just want to remind you that I've raised the question of whether you and your and the police traffic safety officer should take a closer look at the current 35-mile-an-hour speed limit on the 2.5-mile portion of 3 Mile Harbor Hog Creek Highway that runs between Copices and the hairpin turn intersection with Hog Creek Road. I'm sure that someone should be working on that. Next, I'd like to comment that I disagree with Aaron's comments with regard to speed limits. I don't think there's any need for the town to have the ability to lower speed limits any lower than 30 miles per hour on any town road. But what it needs is a policy and a practice of enforcement. I don't have to tell you, but I've had personal experience in the village, and it doesn't take too long or too many actions or observations to know that 30 miles an hour means 30 miles an hour when you're traveling through the village. It doesn't take long for people to see cars being pulled over and stopped and given tickets traveling 35, 37 in a 30 or 42 in a 35 to realize that the town means business. It's a matter of practice and philosophy, and if you start to enforce a speed limit, people will recognize it and adhere to it more closely. Giving out tickets is a terrible inconvenience and expense and bother and insurance expenses, etc. People don't want speeding tickets. They don't want to get stopped. Next, you have coming, one more thing about the roads. I hope at the next Spring Citizens Advisory Committee meeting next Tuesday, Councilwoman Burke-Gonzalez, you'll let us know what the Suffolk County Water Authority is doing with their new water main installation on portions of 3 Mile Harbor. It seems like the town highway department just recently paved those sections, and now it looks like we're going to have a water main installation. It would be nice to know how much and how extensive that project is going to be and when it's going to occur, which seems to be imminent because the pipes have been laid on the side of the road. Next, and my main topic for today, is to remind you that Thursday you have scheduled a public hearing for a $5.5 million expenditure for a historical preservation of a house in Montauk. I did on September 7th issue a FOIL request for available information as far as any town-prepared planning department assessment of that proposed CPF acquisition. I have gotten nothing. I've made an inquiry as to whether there is a conditional contract in place, as is really the appropriate way to proceed in a CPF acquisition. That way you lock in a price and you're not subject to any change of heart or competitive processes. I've asked if there was a conditional contract of sale, just like there was in the Bistrian acquisition. I've gotten no response. I've asked for any other relevant communications. I've gotten no response, not even the required 5-day acknowledgement. So the town's response to FOIL requests needs to be perfected and improved. And then lastly, and more importantly, the general purpose of having a public hearing is to let the people know that there is a matter of significance coming up, to give them an opportunity, if they're interested, to become informed and to participate. Well, you cannot become informed and you cannot participate intelligently if you don't have information. So why doesn't the town, when you have a public hearing scheduled at a minimum 2 weeks in advance, why don't you provide information, just like you did for today's meeting? And I applaud Councilwoman Burke-Gonzalez. I believe she's probably still the one watching over it. Every time you have a work session, you're very good about publishing at least a day or two in advance all documents, such as the ones for today's meeting. But when it comes to public hearings, no information is ever published in advance. And when it comes to spending $5.5 million, call me old-fashioned, but to me that's still a significant sum. And even for our bloated CPF funds, $5.5 million to purchase a house with no apparent plan for how it might be used is something that we need to be informed about in advance so that a public hearing would have meaning and opportunity for intelligent communication and conversation, and not merely be a dog and pony show from a representative saying, this is what we want, and oops, now we're telling you what we're going to do, and now, of course, you don't have time to digest that and respond to it because it's only being presented at the public hearing. So I really would like some information about what that proposal prior to this Thursday's public meeting. Thank you very much. And not just for me, for the public. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Do we have any other callers on the line?
Yes, we do. Unmuting caller now. Hello, caller 2637. You're on the air.
Yes, hello, board. This is Dan Aharoni. I'm the president of the Clearwater Beach Property Owners Association, and I want to add our 2 cents, actually 868 cents, because we have 868 homes we represent. And I wish to add, without repeating the complaints about the speeding in Springs, and especially Clearwater Beach area, and without rehashing everything, I would like to point out 2 particular crucial areas. One is Waterhole Road between Norfolk Drive and Hog Creek Lane, which is a very hilly area and many, many blind spots. And there are people who are walking, there are senior people taking their walk, there are baby carriages, joggers, and bicyclists, and with the landscape trucks and other vehicles parked there, has many blind spots. The other area of crucial, I think, risk to pedestrians is between Hog Creek Lane and the entrance to Clearwater Beach. Again, because of many trucks, it's a fairly straight road, but people speed. And from what we understand, one of our directors spoke with the highway department, and they mentioned their limitations, as Peter just has done earlier today. But we would hope you could find some way, especially with either speed bumps or other speed limiting physical devices, to solve this. So I just wish to add for all of you, I'm glad it's on the spring CAC agenda, but it's good to hear that everyone has the interest in solving this, but actual measures are very, very important. And then finally, we encourage you to make a deal for our cell phone tower service with the Girl Scouts camp. Thank you.
Thanks for calling, Dan.
All right, I'm going to mute that. There's a technical problem on that end. All right. So let me go to the next caller. Let's see. Caller ending 6326. You're on the air. Hello, caller ending 6326. You're on the air.
Yes, hello. My name is Cheryl Biscardi. I live right on Fort Pond Boulevard, and I'm hoping that you can definitely work a deal out with the Girl Scouts, because otherwise the cell phone tower will be directly behind my home. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thanks for calling, Cheryl.
Mr. Supervisor, we have no new callers, but we had one or two people that didn't respond on the first go. Should I cycle back to them?
Yeah, please go back to those other callers if they're still on, see if they want to have any comments.
Perfect. All right, cycling back. All right, let's see. Okay, caller ending 1551. You're on the air. Hello. 1551. You're on the air. All right, still unresponsive. So let me go to one more. Hello, caller 5079. You're on the air. Hello.
Yes, hello. This is Karen Diamond. I am calling regarding my support, as well as my neighbors, of not using the Crandall Norfolk woodlands for the site of the tower. And I am very hopeful that we can use the Girl Scout camp, which I might add, the the people of this area had suggested. And happily, I'm pleased to say that you went back to negotiations with them. Thank you.
Thanks for calling, Karen.
Okay, let me just go and see if there's one more that we didn't get to. Okay, there's still a few people on the line, but everyone has already spoken, to my knowledge.
Very good. Let's move forward then with our agenda topics. We have a personal wireless infrastructure poll being presented by Cityscape, our outside consultants. Do we have them on the line?
Yeah, let me get them into the room.
I believe we have Elizabeth Smith and Susan Raybold will be joining.
Yes, we do. Elizabeth Smith is being let in.
Good morning, Elizabeth. Good morning, Susan. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So we put together a personal wireless poll, circulated throughout the community, and I understand we had the most robust response to the poll that you, as outside consultants, have seen from a community. That doesn't surprise me. I'm pleased that we had that much engagement, and look forward to sharing those results with the community. So if you'd like to go ahead and give us the presentation, appreciate it.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you. So again, thank you, town board members, and we welcome all those listening on YouTube to the presentation. We are going to walk through the poll results, and then I will follow up with a summary and some Q&A regarding some of the comments that were listed in the poll. So I'm going to hand it off to Elizabeth, and she'll walk you through the results.
Thanks, Susan.
Hi, thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. So the polling results, get my screen here. Everybody can see the screen okay?
Yes, we can, Elizabeth.
Great. So the polling was designed to solicit information from the community and really to engage the residents, the staff, elected officials, in regards to the project that we're working on. We had the poll open from August 5th to August 25th, and it consisted of 20 questions. And it allows us to gauge the preferences of the community, which helps guide the plan, the finishing of the wireless master plan, as well as help the next step, which is to formulate the code and the ordinance. With the current, it'll reflect the current conditions as well as update the code with federal guidelines too. The poll was conducted in both English and Spanish, and there were over 1,600 respondents. So the results here, I did combine the English and the Spanish together. So these results are the combined results from both of those. So the first question that we had was really a qualifying question. Really tell us about your residency and affiliation within the town of East Hampton. And you'll see that 63% are full-time residents. We had part-time, 25% town residents. 4% own a business within the town. 6% they're employed within the town, and then 2% were just none of the above. Then the next qualifying question was to find out in which hamlet the respondents reside in. The majority of the respondents were from Springs at 52%. The next was East Hampton at 24%. And then you can see the other hamlets, Montauk Northwest, Sag Harbor, Wainscott, Amagansett, and then none of the above were under the 10% respondents. The next question was, in which hamlet do you work? You'll see the majority is none of the above, which is an indication of either retirees or well, I guess retirees. The next was East Hampton at 27%, and the Springs following that at 23%. Those were the majority in which they work. The next question was, please check your wireless service provider. And we left that as check all that apply, because I know there are people out there that may have a work phone that has one service and maybe their personal is a different service. So we left that open, and you'll see the majority is Verizon at 45%, followed by AT&T at 39%. And then T-Mobile Sprint at 10%, and then the other at 5%. And the other is most likely maybe a prepaid plan, various, it could be through the cable company. So that was that 5%. And then there were 4 people who responded that don't own a wireless device. Then we had the next question of how many wireless devices are in your household. And we went ahead and defined what a wireless device, what that means. But I do think there was a little bit of confusion, because when I collated all the responses, if I saw that they were counting some smart home devices, I went ahead and made that adjustment. I did not include that in the results, because these were really wireless devices, mostly wireless phones, tablets, computers, anything that would utilize the wireless network, not necessarily the Wi-Fi, but so most of that we consider wireless devices would be phones, tablets, and laptops. So there are times when you have to use your hotspot. So the majority, it was interesting to us that the majority of that is 44% owned 5 to 9 devices. And now we did ask for in your household, so that was the majority right there. 1 to 4 devices was 39%, 10 to 15 devices were 15%, and then 16 plus devices were 2%. Now, some of the respondents did not write in what they were counting, so it was hard for me to know. But what's interesting is that there were some respondents, when they did write in, if they had a high number of devices, they did write in the number of people that were in their household. So it is likely that there was one that was over 30 devices, and it was because of the number of people that were in their home. The network coverage where I reside within the town of East Hampton, the overwhelming majority was 58% say that it's poor. The 20% said it was non-existent, 12% was acceptable, 6% good, only 3% said it was excellent coverage, and then not applicable was the 1%. The network coverage where I work within the town of East Hampton, 37% said poor, 32% was not applicable because, again, if they're not working within the area, it wouldn't apply to them. 12% was non-existent, 11% acceptable, 6% good, and then 2% said it was excellent. When I travel in and around the town of East Hampton, my network coverage is 71% said it was poor, 11% non-existent, 14% acceptable, 3% good, and then 1% excellent or not applicable. I rely on my mobile device and corresponding service to a great extent. Over 80% agree entirely. 13% agree somewhat, 5% were neutral, and then 1% disagree somewhat, and then 1% disagree entirely. So the majority of the community relies a great deal on their mobile devices. The quality of the wireless service is important to me. 91% agree entirely. 6% agree somewhat, 2% are neutral, with 1% again disagree somewhat or disagree entirely. So quality is definitely an importance. So this was, they were able to check all that apply of what they primarily use their wireless device for. So the categories were personal entertainment, which was 40%, work was 39%, other was 5%, travel was 11%, and school was 6%. And we sort of made a connection that the school that is a little lower because at the time of the poll, school was not in session. So we're not exactly sure how that played into the lower percentage for school.
And also, let me just insert as well that we weren't sure that school age citizens were taking the poll. And if a person was taking the poll and they were answering for themselves and not necessarily their extended family members, they may have said that school was not applicable to them because they were answering for themselves. So we actually think that the number of the public that actually use the devices for school is probably higher than 6%.
Yes. Okay, so then we had what is more important to you, excellent connectivity or minimal visual impact. Overwhelmingly majority was 87% at excellent connectivity, 13% minimal visual impact. So the next question was, do you have serious concerns regarding the safety of wireless facilities, and check all that applies? The respondents were able to check the things that were the most important. And so 53% have no serious safety concerns. 19% were concerned about impacts to the natural environment. And another 19% were concerned about possible exposure or health. And 9% were pole or tower failure, collapse, that sort of safety concern. This slide also, we allowed individuals to comment so they could fill in if there was, they could check all that applied, but if there was something else that was important to them, they were able to put that into the comment section. And so here are some of the comments that were, well, these are all the comments that came in. You know, I don't know if you want me to read through them, or a lot of it is the impact on adjacent neighborhoods, safety concern. A lot of them came in, safety concern is not being able to make a call. You know, all of the above should be considered. So there were comments to that sort, as well as these types of comments were also in the main comment section as well. Which type of non-concealed towers would you find acceptable in the town of East Hampton? Check all that apply. So these were the ones, these are the non-concealed typical types of infrastructure that you would find in any community, but these are the ones that are in yours. You have monopole, you have a lattice tower or guide tower, and the monopole was the preference at 40%. Lattice at 27%, the guide tower, which is the one with the wires, at 23%, and 10% were none of the above. The types of concealed towers that you would, the concealed towers you would find acceptable, again, check all that apply. We had the monopine, which is the faux tree that was at 38% was the preference. The unipole, which is just what known as a slick stick, it's a monopole without the antennas on the outside. That was 29%. The bell tower, which is like a three-legged monopole, is 19%. The faux silo was 11%, and then none of the above was at 3%. This is what is the industry terms as base stations, but they're antennas that can be placed on existing structures that were not necessarily intended to be a tower. So buildings, water tanks, that sort of thing. And these were which of the types of the following options would you find acceptable? And we have here completely concealed rooftop antennas, much like the the picture on the bottom left, that was at 23%. Antennas on utility poles were 21%, which you do have a few there already within the town. We have 20% semi-concealed rooftop antennas, and what those are is where the antennas are just painted to match the building. So they do somewhat camouflage in, not entirely. You can still see the cables and such. You could still see the antennas, but they are designed to blend into the structure that they're on. Then the non-concealed rooftop antennas are at 18%. And antennas on water tanks are also at 18%. So it's kind of mixed, equal, if you will, across the board. Which type of small wireless options would you find acceptable? And again, the concealed light pole with the banner was the one. Those are the most decorative. I think they definitely have a place within an area that calls for it. Sometimes it looks out of place if it doesn't fit in with the surrounding area. But that was 33%. 28%, a concealed freestanding painted light pole. 23% was a non-concealed on an existing utility pole. 15% was non-concealed on a freestanding concrete pole. So those are the ones that are designed, they build just specifically for small wireless infrastructure. Please rank in order of preference the structure type you prefer. So the first preference of that were antennas on existing structures. So utilizing what you currently have in place is the first choice over building a new tower. And then again, the second choice, of course, is antennas on existing structures over towers. So that is how that one played out. So the next question, how concerned are you about the installation of 5G equipment? And you had 49% that are not at all concerned. You have 19% that are slightly concerned, 12% that are moderately concerned, and then 10% are very concerned, and 10% would like some more information. So the next question was, how does the town feel about if they would like, how do the respondents feel about the town joining into a 5G effort? In the FCC, they're the ones who regulate the 5G. They regulate emissions. The town, as far as from a legal standpoint, but this question was designed to, would you like the town to get involved in that type of effort? And you could see it was pretty evenly divided between yes, no, and I need more information, with yes, 29%, no, 32%, I need more information at 38%. And I believe that was the end of the questions. I think we're at our 20 questions. Yeah, that was it.
Very good. Do we have any questions from town board at this point?
Yeah, my only question on Elizabeth is with the data that you were able to get from individual users, were we able to make sure that they were unique users and not individuals that were repeating using the same email addresses?
Yes, they were. All these respondents were unique respondents. They were. It wasn't a requirement to put in your name or your email. Well, they weren't required, but you had to do one or the other. So we were able to kind of match that up. And there may have been some from the same household, but they were unique email addresses.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Susan.
I just wanted to take a moment and do a little summary on the comments that we received. We received a lot of comments from the poll takers. We're very appreciative of that. Most of the commentary was in support of expanding service because of a concern that in case of an emergency, their wireless devices are not reliable. So if they are traveling and get lost, if they have a medical emergency, If they have an emergency that's perhaps related to fear, they do not feel that their network is reliable enough to get the call completed. And there were some comments also about 5G and not wanting to allow 5G and asking not to allow 5G in the town of East Hampton. I wanted to take a moment to explain what 5G is. It is a continuation of the evolution of wireless. So right now, we're operating first, second, third, fourth, and soon to be, and in some parts already, fifth generation of wireless. The industry is moving out of first, second, and third generation wireless. In fact, T-Mobile Sprint is retiring their 3G network in January of 2022, AT&T in February of 2022, and Verizon in December of 2022. So people who have a wireless device that is operating on a 3 generation or below platform, they're no longer going to be able to receive calls, make calls, or use data on those wireless devices within the next year. And so the industry, by retiring that, opens up and expands their network to rely on 4G, LTE, 5G, and beyond. So you don't have an option to not allow 5G into the town because they use their existing infrastructure. Even one of the service providers, at least one, is operating their 5G on their 4 LTE platform. They're reusing that spectrum. So the industry will be changing their spectrum to include 5G. And if you were to try and prohibit 5G, you'd be in violation of the FCC's telecommunications standards that require you to allow equal access and continued deployment. Another thing to think about too is when the FCC redid some of their most recent legislative changes, an eligible facility is an existing tower or rooftop that has existing antenna on them. The industry is allowed to change out that equipment, provided they don't exceed the definition of a substantial change. And we see that all over the country. They're changing out their equipment to have the antenna, the remote radio units, the coax cable that they need to transition to improved 4G and future 5G deployment. So
But Susan, to do that, they still would need local permission.
They do still submit for building permit, yes, but you're not allowed to require them to go through any sort of a special use permit or conditional use process. They are, as long as they don't exceed the definition of substantial change, you're required to allow them to make those change outs. But yes, it is subject to local code. And we've been reviewing those on behalf of the town of East Hampton. So we've seen some of those. So I just wanted to clarify the confusion that you had an option to rule out or deny the industry's future 5G deployment. It is more a matter of the growth of the industry, the way the industry is changing out, eliminating 3G and below, transitioning more to 4 and 5G and beyond. Kind of lengthy, but I thought it was important to sort of clarify the technical side.
Greatly appreciate that, Susan. Thank you.
Other questions?
I
just
mean,
have a quick. Go ahead.
Well, it does seem that there's confusion about 5G and what it will do. I mean, 50% said they have no concerns, and then the other 50% either had concerns or needed more information, you know, and in that 50%. So I do think there's some questions to be answered for the public on this.
Sure. And when we move into the final phase of the master plan and the next presentation, we'll make sure to take more time and explain the spectrum, what spectrum is, and how the evolution is going to 5G and what that means to the community.
Kathy, you have
Yeah, Susan, could you just explain what the next steps are in the master plan? So where we go from here now that we've gotten, the poll results?
So we would typically take any more comment from the board to see if you have any more questions about the poll. And then we'll start working on a draft master plan that summarizes everything that we've done to date. It'll include a more detailed explanation on the inventory, the propagation patterns, the gap. We'll then talk about the survey results in more detail and put out for you considerations of policy changes that would harmonize what the industry is going to need in the future relative to the comments from the community, and present that to you for your considerations, because basically the wireless master plan data that we collect is really to help guide you in your policy decisions going forward. And we'll present that to you, and then you can start having discussions on whether or not you need to amend your existing code and how you're going to do that to meet the goals and objectives that the community has for aesthetics and health and safety concerns with regards to locations of facilities to property lines, and making sure that what you put in place is also in agreement with the federal statutes.
Well, I believe we already know that we have to update our code, right? And we've hired you folks to help us with that. So are you, starting to work with your team on the code, or do you have to come back to, right? So the code, you're already now sitting down internally and working on updating our code to present a draft to us as a next step?
Yes.
Okay.
But I want to be clear, your solutions are your solutions. We'll put some out there, but they're just a starting point for your discussions based on the feedback that we've gotten from the survey.
And what do you think the timing for that is? Like, when should we, I know tomorrow the Wireless Communications Committee is meeting, so I'm sure that they'll be, delving into the result of the survey and may have questions, but when do you think we'll hear back from you?
I would say at the earliest 3 to 4 weeks.
Okay.
Other questions from board members? Well, it's been very informative. I'm glad we had a very robust response to the poll. I think that's always a good sign when the community, becomes involved and lets us know what their concerns are and what their interests are. And we look forward to working with you in the future to help us finish our wireless master plan, as well as redraft our code regarding wireless communications to better reflect FCC regulation changes in the last 17 years and some other aspects that have changed. So thanks again for joining us, Elizabeth and Susan.
Thank you so much. We just have to say, we work with a lot of communities, and you guys are really proactive and have been really wonderful to work with, and have made this on our end flow very, very nicely. So, kudos to your staff and to Kathy for being a big part of this too, and helping the process along the way.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, next up, do we have any callers on the line?
Yeah, we've still got a few. I'll start unmuting.
Let's go back and see if there are any comments regarding this.
All right. Give me a second. Let's make sure. Hello, caller ending 2866. You're on the air. Hello. Let me try that one more time. Hello, caller ending 2866. You're on the air. Hello. All right. I'm not getting anything. Moving on to the next. Hello, caller 6326. Hello. I'm still not getting anything. All right. Going on to the next caller. Hello, caller ending 7567. You're on the air. Hello.
Hi, it's Joe Sigilia again. First of all, Peter, thanks for letting us get comments in again. Appreciate that. I think it's a sign of good governance. Two questions. Kathy, you mentioned, I think just earlier, a wireless communications committee meeting tomorrow. I haven't seen that posted on the town's website and wonder how members of the community can participate in that meeting.
I would reach out to the supervisor's office. He's the liaison to that committee, and I believe there'll be a Zoom link circulated. So I'm sure you could absolutely participate and observe. And it would be up to the chair whether they take questions from the community or they just, speak with the committee members.
Okay, thanks, Peter. We'll email your office to get that information.
Just feel free to reach out and send an email.
Oh, good.
If you could just send an email. Okay.
Sure, thanks. That's great. And just to follow up on something you mentioned earlier, I know you referred to the opportunity sites. I wasn't expecting you to refer to them on my previous call, so in the meantime, I've had a chance to look at the code again. And I'm glad you mentioned them because specifically excluded from opportunity sites on town-owned properties, you probably know this if you've read the code, is designated open space. And by now, I think everyone realizes that the town, on every single map I've been able to find, does designate the Crandall Norfolk Woodlands as open space, which means that is not an opportunity site for a personal wireless service facility. And secondly, as you know, there are avoidance areas in the town code. The first two, meaning a personal wireless service facility cannot be located there, are open spaces and woodlands, both of which the Crandall Norfolk Woodlands are. So I'm glad you realized, Peter, that location is not permitted for a personal wireless facility. So thanks for bringing that up.
Well, I don't think I went into making any such statement. I just said that opportunity sites, and I think the ones I enumerated were existing structures primarily. And in terms of open space, I would leave it to our town attorney's office as to whether or not there's any dedication as open space for the parcel that you're talking about. But I can tell you with certainty that that has been an issue with trying to find a location that would both cover the areas we need to geographically and meet the criteria allowed both under the law and under the code. So there's a great deal of open space that is dedicated open space, purchase CPF funds, etc. So that's what I would say.
I can tell you for sure, and the maps have been emailed to you. And they're obviously publicly available on the town's website. That particular lot is unequivocally designated on multiple town maps as open space. And so there's no question about that. I'm happy to email that to you again when I email you.
Yeah, I mean, I would just ask you. Yeah, I would ask you instead of emailing it to me, email it to the town attorney's office because again, I'll defer
the
to
town
our
attorney
town
also has it. Yeah, the town attorney also has it. Our attorney has emailed it.
Okay. I'll defer to our town attorney to determine what's legal and not legal. But thank you, Joe.
Great practice, and thanks. We'll look forward to talking to you again tomorrow.
Okay. Next caller. Let's see. 1 second. Hello, caller ending 8931. Hello. Hello, 8931.
No, I addressed I addressed this earlier, so I'm declining.
Oh, okay. All right. Understood. Thank you. Hello, caller 1131. You're on the air.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And going up to hello, caller 0323. You're on the air. They just dropped out. And one last time for the people that we tried before. Hello, 2866. You're on the air.
Hi,
Nothing.
thanks so much. This is Jacqueline from Lincoln. I just want to reiterate the importance of coming to some conclusion with the Crandall Norfolk Woodlands. I mean, I have to just ask you, Peter, you've seen how disruptive this has been to our lives. Every single week we have to come to these meetings. I'm literally like on a call for work and doing this at the same time. It's absurd. You have to let us know one way or another what is going on with our site. This is just not good government. We need to have some resolution. I ask you all, please take the Crandall Norfolk Woodlands off the table. We've heard loud and clear Jeff Bragman does not support the site, but the rest of you have remained silent. Please take it off the table once and for all. Thank you.
Thanks, Jackie. The other callers on the line?
One last one to double check. Hello, caller 6326. You're on the air.
No further comments.
Thank you. Mr. Supervisor, that is the total.
Okay, in that case, I'd like to move on to our next work session agenda item, which is a discussion with Ørsted over their request for access and survey work on town lands in furtherance of the offshore wind transmission cable routing from Beach Lane to substation along the Long Island Railroad. And this particular discussion will focus on the Long Island Railroad part of the transmission cable route and discussing access over town properties in order to facilitate that. And do we have members of the Ørsted team? Is Jen Garvey on the line?
I'm getting them on right now.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
I think that's the full team. Are we missing anybody?
Jen, I gave a brief introduction about what we're discussing today. Do you want to go ahead and take it from here?
Sure. I did manage to catch that, and I'll just introduce some other members of my team who are here. Sal Giuliano, who's part of the real estate team at Eversource. Sean McCormick, who works for Stantec, is one of our environmental consultants and supports our permitting processes. And Vinny Montemuro, who is the project manager with Burns & Mac, also supporting the Eversource team and all of the onshore construction effort. So good morning, Supervisor and members of the town board. And thank you for that introduction. We're here to report out on the findings of a request that we asked of the town board in early August. We wanted to go out. We asked for a license agreement to access several town properties that are adjacent to the Long Island Railroad corridor, where we will be installing the underground export cable for the South Fork Wind Farm. And the purpose of that, those bits of they're just small partial use of some of the parcels along the Long Island Railroad that would be used for temporary construction purposes. And so our intent was to go out and assess their properties to understand their suitability for this purpose. And we're here before you today to report out on our findings of that field research. So with that, I'll hand it over to Sal and to Sean, who will walk you through their findings.
Thank you, Jen. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Jen. Good morning, or actually good afternoon, everyone. How are you? Just 30 seconds to elaborate on what Jen was speaking to. The area that obviously we're requesting access to is only a 25-foot wide strip, and it runs essentially parallel to the LIRR corridor on town-owned properties roughly between Daniels Hole Road and Horseshoe Drive. So the details that Sean is going to review shortly will identify the work that his team did and identify protective species that have been identified. We did not find anything that we weren't expecting to find, as you might imagine, and we'll review that with you in a moment. Actually, why don't we just jump into that now? Sean, why don't you go ahead and start your presentation?
Sure. Thank you, Sal. So yeah, we conducted a standard pre-construction surveys of the subject parcels. These are typical to assess existing conditions and consistent with the surveys we had performed previously on the project. Those include an ecological assessment, so basically land cover types, presence of wetlands, things like that. Species survey was also conducted looking for anything that's state or federally protected. And we also conducted a cultural walk down, which investigated for things like signs of prior ground disturbance. All of those surveys were performed by qualified biologists and archaeologists. And as Sal noted, as expected, the findings were consistent with the local environment, characterizations from prior surveys, and as well as the conditions contemplated within the joint proposal. So all of the findings can be avoided entirely or mitigated through standard construction practices. And I'll discuss what the findings and then any anticipated avoidance or mitigation measures as applicable. And of course, all of those measures would be in coordination and approved by any applicable agencies like the DEC prior to construction. So in regards to the ecological assessment, no wetlands or water bodies were identified within any of the subject parcels. And then as expected, the survey identified trees within those parcels that provide suitable habitat for bats, similar to the proposed interconnection facility area and just the general areas surrounding the project. These potential habitat or roost trees are pretty ubiquitous. They're defined as those that are over 4 inches in diameter at generally breast height and contain things like exfoliating bark or crevices where bats can kind of sneak into. They're everywhere. But, since they have the potential to be habitat in order to prevent impacts to bats, we do plan to conduct clearing activities within the approved clearing window established in the joint proposal. That window is between December 1st and February 28th. And that essentially is during the winter, obviously, outside of the roosting season when bats are hibernating, often in things like caves or abandoned mines. If for any reason we do need to clear or schedule warrants clearing activities outside of that window, that would be done in accordance with the impact minimization measures that we've included in the EM&CP and obviously in coordination with the DEC. So that would entail things like emergence counts and or acoustic detector surveys. And if any active trees are identified, clearing activities need to be postponed until the DEC indicates that they can commence. So in regards to the protected species survey, of the 11 parcel surveys, no federal threatened or endangered species were observed and no state endangered species were found. Endangered we viewed as most problematic. Basically, that's indicative of anything that's near to extinction or extirpation. We basically found, as expected, plants on these parcels that kind of thrive in these disturbed openings, like maintained rights of way, like the railroad. We found populations of sickle-leaved golden aster, which is a plant categorized by New York as rare. And then we did find 5 individual stands of Stew's bush clover plant, which is a plant categorized as in New York as threatened, and that was on 1 parcel. And again, these are plants that are typically found in those types of communities. We expect to be able to avoid all of those stands entirely during construction, we would flag them prior to construction and then install exclusion fencing and conduct construction activities outside of those areas. So they would be retained and allowed to thrive after construction as well. And then there was a single observance of an eastern box turtle that is not threatened and endangered. It's special concern, but these are very prevalent on Long Island specifically, very likely to be encountered during construction. And that's why we incorporated things like stop work provisions and protection provisions within the joint proposal. So essentially, prior to construction, those work areas will be swept by a qualified biologist for any sensitive resources. Project personnel will be trained on all protected species prior to construction, and then we'd have a full-time environmental monitor on site. And then in the event of an encounter, though it's a mobile, species, work would stop until we can relocate and, protect anything like that. And then lastly, as I mentioned, we conducted a cultural walk down. That was basically to assess for and document signs of existing conditions and signs of things like ground disturbance, likelihood that cultural resources are to be affected. That survey found that the majority of the areas, the subject parcels had been previously surveyed, approximately 55% of the area. So those did not find there was no findings associated with those surveys. There were for 4 parcels with potentially undisturbed woodlands that would likely require additional archaeological investigation. And obviously those would be conducted with the applicable agencies like the State Historic Preservation Office prior to construction. And based on, the previous cultural surveys that we've done on the project, along town roads, along the railroad, et cetera, at the substation area, no findings are anticipated. I think that's about it for my summary, Sal.
Thank you, Sean. Are there any questions, perhaps?
Yeah, how many trees are you considering taking down?
We identified a number. I'll pull that up in the report. One moment.
I guess along the lines with Sylvia's, what is the actual construction that's being anticipated right now? You said clearing, she says trees, but what are the actions that are looking to taking place? What are the actions for what duration are going to be happening on those properties? Will there be revegetation on those properties also? And to what type of caliper trees are, if you remove, will you replace them, and what are you going to replace them with?
Exactly.
Yes, and Vinny, you can probably explain the construction side, but certainly these would be seen as temporary impacts, and we would have to restore the area. So there would be a restoration plan approved by DPS and DEC to reestablish the trees and that existing cover.
Can we see the plan in advance? Can you give us the plan that shows us where you are and what you're going to take out and what you're going to put back?
Yes, we would be submitting a plan that would show the work areas as well as the nature of construction. Yes, absolutely.
I had another question. When you go back to do minimization procedures that involve the DEC, for example, on the bats, are they present on site with you? Is that how they're conducted? Do they actually go with you and you show them, or is there some other procedure you follow?
No, they would not be on site unless they specifically asked. They would rely on us to bring out a qualified biologist. We would conduct the emergence surveys, the acoustic surveys, and we have to provide the results of those within a set time period. I think it's 12 hours.
And were you within 12 hours of you doing the work, or conducting the study?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And would you share that also with the town so we are aware of what's going on?
Yes, I think that is reasonable. Any parties to the proceeding, I think, would be included on that.
So can we back up to the number of trees you think might be having to be taken out?
Yes. The number of trees, I think, so when we performed the surveys, we identified the number of potential habitat trees. And that was, if I'm looking at the report, just bear with me one moment. There's about 150 trees along that stretch of corridor that were identified as potential habitat trees.
Can you just tell us when you say along that corridor, over what length? Is that 2.5 miles?
Vinny, was that, I don't recall from end to end exactly how long that is, but generally that the stretch where the project turns onto the railroad out to the substation is about 2 miles.
Yep, I'm looking to find the length along town properties, but it's 2.1 miles along the railroad corridor.
So the trees you're referring to are the ones that would be on the town property where you're having those additional access easement requests.
That's correct.
Right. And Vinny, just in general, the town properties make up maybe half of that length?
I think it's less than that. Just give me a second, I could find it out. Just ask someone to help me with that question, but to answer the question about construction, so we would be clearing, it would take about 4 weeks to clear all of the trees adjacent to the LIRR right-of-way. So include the town properties and the other properties we're pursuing, about 4 weeks in total. And then we would get into duct bank installation. At this point in time, working with our contractor, it appears we'll be installing the duct bank for about 12 months. So we should have the duct bank excavated, installed, and then restored temporarily before our cable vendor comes in and pulls in the XLPE cable and splices in the cable. But in terms of excavation, soil removal, dewatering, et cetera, that would be over approximately 12 months. And then the initial part, go ahead.
How would you access some of these properties that don't actually have an access point to it? Would you go through the LIRR right away already? I mean, if you're looking.
Correct. Yep, we'll access them from the LIRR right of way.
And on one of the cut sheets, which is, I think, figure number 2, you actually have location 234 marked twice on there. One's a small little triangle that's on Stephen Hand's path. Is that correct there? 234, 235, you have 234 again?
So the small triangle, I think that's the Hedges Path, which is actually owned by a different property owner, but I'm trying to pull up the map that's being referenced. Sal, do you have an answer to that?
I do. I think it's actually on the other side of the street from that, Vinny, is what this question pertains to. And what we were initially considering is the small triangle portion would provide us access directly from Daniels Hold onto the railroad corridor. And that was prior to us learning that the town actually owned that property. So the figure that shows the remainder of the 25-foot width across the town-owned undeveloped portion of Daniels Hold Road is what we would like to pursue in its entirety.
Would you be able to take access potentially, Sal, through our current developed property instead of coming off of, the Stephen Hand's path?
Just pulling up the maps here so I can look at the question. So David, this is off of Stephen Hand's path to the east.
The section where you have 235 and 234, there's a building there that's a developed property, CDCH, that we have a large parking lot the town owns. If you don't need access off of Stephen Hand's path, potentially you can go through there. If your equipment might make more sense there, it might still allow for the trees to be left in that area where people pass. I'm just thinking about a scenic corridor to maintain it.
Understood. I think we'd have to take a look at that.
That's fair.
Yep.
I also have questions. I think we're going to have to look into our legal about sections 251 and potential 253. If there's management plans, those have been actually designated parks right now. So we would have to look into legal aspects of that. If that is on those properties, unless that's a separate tax map that you're looking at. I believe those are the only properties that are in this that you've requested out of the 11 that have actually been purchased also with CPF funds. The rest of them have not.
That's David, and you're suggesting that there might be a limitation or a different process to gain access to those properties?
No, my suggestion is we look into the legal constraints of allowable clearing or usage on a property that's been purchased with a community preservation fund and that's been designated for parks and recreation.
I thought we took all of the parks and conservation properties off the list originally. Because we narrowed down the list, took a few properties off because of that. So I have to compare the list you have to what we authorized. There were a few we had to pull out at the beginning. I'll have to look.
The only reason I say that the list might have been looked at prior to a management plan that's been recently authorized for that preserve, which is the Buckskill Metal Preserve.
Other questions from the board?
Yeah, I guess when you start looking at duck banks and you're installing duck banks and to put large trees on top, the revegetation plan, I think as Jeff mentioned, it's important also. I don't think you can get a duck bank in there with a root system from a large tree that's going to go into the duck bank. So, some of these areas that you're looking to potentially use are areas that are, there's other town planning actions might be happening, and to try to keep as much of a buffer between the railway, sometimes larger trees might be better. So, to make specifically in your section 234.
So I think, looking at the species of trees as well, I think in much of that area, the predominant species is Pinus rigida, which is the pitch pine, which we know is plagued with ever expanding southern pine beetle infestation, and we may want to ask that you revegetate with white pines instead of pitch pines due to the vulnerability of that species at this point. I think
completely agree.
Also think the white pine would offer better screening anyway from the LIRR as well.
Okay. Understood.
I do just want to reemphasize that the permanent duck bank installation will be entirely contained within the railroad corridor. So there won't be any permanent installations whatsoever on adjacent properties.
Yeah, so the trees affected are actually beyond just for access purposes.
Thank you, Vinny, for explaining that. Makes a big difference to me.
Okay. Yep. Just purely for access and workability.
That's a good point. So in general, what we're requesting is a temporary access license that would have a defined term to it, just during construction.
Any other questions? Okay, so let me summarize and let me know if I missed anything. We're looking for a plan of how things get revegetated and what areas actually disturbed and trees removed. We're going to compare the list of properties with our list to see if there are any issues regarding CPF properties or management plans, make sure there's no conflict there. And
did you want an inventory of the trees too? Something about that before?
Board members?
There was a summarization of the type of, forested cover for each parcel that was included in the memo.
Okay.
That was sent just,
A couple days ago?
Yeah, that's received. That's in there, Sean.
Okay.
And also with your photo log too.
Okay.
Anything else?
Supervisor, may I make a suggestion? And that would be that certainly with respect to the work that we need to do to get back to you before we pursue the license, I would suggest that in parallel, we work on the license, because I think some of the mapping that is going to be created will take a little time. We'd like to go ahead and finalize the license and perhaps build into the license the condition that we then come back to you with the plan that you seek for that work. But entering into the license would help us planning on construction very much so.
I don't have a problem with concurrently working towards the license as well as, supplying the additional information requested. Anybody else have a?
Fine with that.
No problem.
I'm okay.
Okay.
What? Yeah, and I just asked a question about that. What's the significance of that? I mean, it's generally I like to see what you're going to do before we, give you the license. This is, temporary. I understand that, so I'm a little less, concerned than a permanent giveaway. But isn't it possible to give us the plan before we? I mean, we could have a license agreement, but couldn't you get us the plan? Showing proposed clearing, proposed revegetation, trees being taken out before we actually ink it.
But that's what we were just stating. I think they're going to work in parallel just to draft something. We're going to get the information before anything gets inked. It's just working in parallel.
Okay, I wasn't sure about that from the discussion.
And if I'm incorrect, please let me know, Sal. But that's how I heard it.
Yeah, I mean, certainly that would be beneficial as well. I mean, if we even go a step further and finalize the license and then make a condition, develop a condition, a license where the plan has to be developed, reviewed, and then you approve that before we can start actual use of the property, we could do it that way as well.
We could do a license with contingent upon the town board's approval of the remediation plan. So.
Right. I mean, Sorry, Sal. I was just going to say, in either case, we're not looking to skip that step at all. We're just trying to facilitate things.
I think it would be better to. I don't mind working in parallel. I think it would be better to have the plan done rather than a promise that it will be done later. I'd feel more comfortable. At least then I know what I'm getting into.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just 6 of one, half dozen another. I think if it's contingent upon moving forward based on approval of the plan. I mean, if we decided we didn't like the plan, they'd have to change the plan before we would execute. I mean, I don't see a downside to that. And it's probably more efficient to move in parallel.
I'm okay with it. I just think at the goal should be that we have the plan and the agreement together, sort of in a form that we like,
right?
And then move forward from there.
Is that enough guidance for you, Sal?
Yes, it
okay.
is.
All right. Anything else before we move on? All right, I want to thank you all for your time.
Thank you kindly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we have a discussion of the South Lake Drive Stormwater Abatement Conceptual Plan. That's going to be presented by Melissa Winslow, and I think we have the engineer and other respondent, P.W. Grosser and LaGuardia Landscaping, potentially on the line as well. This is at the south end of Lake Montauk. We have a road end called South Lake. That is a beach that has traditionally been one that's been visited by families, particularly with small children, because of the low wave action, and it's a nice sunny sandy spot at the south end of the lake. But there have been a number of issues at the south end of the lake that have impacted the quality of our water there. And one of those impacts is stormwater runoff. And this is a water quality improvement project that would work to address those concerns. And I'll turn it over to you, Melissa. Thanks for joining us this afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. So I'm Melissa Winslow. I'm a senior environmental analyst in the Natural Resources Department. I'm here today with Ian Hanbach and Jason Kohler from LaGuardia Design Group, who will be presenting to the board a conceptual design for the revitalization of the South Lake Drive parking and picnic area in Montauk. So as the supervisor had mentioned, due to the known water quality impacts in the southern end of Lake Montauk, where there's inputs of pollutants, notably from stormwater runoff and outdated septic systems and little flushing, there's a strong need for remediation here. These concerns led to the closure of the public bathing beach at this location in 2005 by the Suffolk County Department of Health. This project to control, mitigate stormwater runoff from the parking lot was suggested in the New York State DEC MS4 retrofit plan and was therefore included in the watershed management plan for Lake Montauk in 2014 and later incorporated into the town's water quality improvement plan in 2016. The Water Quality Technical Advisory Committee reviewed all the recommendations from the plan and recommended to the town board that stormwater abatement projects move forward in both the South Lake and West Lake areas in the first phase of improvements. So this is one of our first steps forward to improving the water quality in Lake Montauk. The conceptual proposal for the project included regrading of the parking area that would pitch the runoff to a pervious swale located at the lowest point of the lot. We asked our consultants, LaGuardia Design and PW Grosser, to take a hard look at the site and then make some of their own recommendations based on what would be the most effective to meet our needs. So our goal here for the site is to make better use of the available space, capture and treat stormwater runoff by promoting infiltration and natural treatment, as well as remove some of the invasive species that we found there and restore native habitat. So with that, I'll hand it over to our team with LaGuardia Design, who will review their existing site conditions report and then their proposed conceptual plans for the redesign of South Lake with the board.
Thank you, Melissa. I'm Ian Hanbach. I'm a partner with the LaGuardia Design Group. As Melissa noted, I'm joined by Jason Kohler. He's an associate. He's also working on our project team. And as Melissa noted, we'll be sharing our existing conditions, inventory and analysis drawings, along with a preliminary concept design for the space. I put an emphasis on that label as concept. This is meant to be reviewed and commented on by the board and the public. So let me see if I can share my screen here. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Okay, so this cover page just gives you an overview of the site's location within the greater context of Lake Montauk. We're located on the southeastern end. A second. And we'll start with our existing site conditions inventory. So we visited the project site after putting together our base map, and we mapped the area just off the end of the South Lake Drive access. You'll see here that we are denoting the existing asphalt parking area, and we'll have photos of that to come later, photos of all of these features to come later. We mapped the existing traditional restroom comfort station, as well as the composting toilet. The limit of disturbance as depicted by this red line that surrounds that asphalt parking area. Everything between that limit of disturbance and the asphalt is currently lawn. Everything from the outside of that limit of disturbance to the extent of the property up to the existing wetlands flagging is characterized by a mix of non-native and invasive species that have outcompeted native plant communities. On the water's edge of that wetlands flagging, there are intact communities of American beach grass and full immersion Spartina that would be preserved. And so we've mapped the existing utilities. There is an existing well. There are some overhead wires that feed that comfort station. And then just additionally, one of the, I think the impetuses for this effort was the fact that there's a concentrated sheet flow that comes off of this parking and works into those native plant communities along the shoreline. And we did delineate or denote rather an area of washout where the vegetation had been compromised and a lot of that existing soil had been washed down into that beach grass. So our goals for this project were one, to try and deal with that site runoff in a creative way to manage that runoff functionally, but to also improve the site aesthetically to strike that balance. We wanted to also reconfigure and create a more intuitive and efficient parking space and circulation pattern for anybody who may need to bring and drop off boats and then put those back on the trailer and leave. And then lastly, just create a better user experience for anyone who is coming to engage those comfort stations while they're down in the space. So we have blow-ups of each area that highlight some of the issues that we noted during our existing conditions mapping. So the first area, as I mentioned before, is along the shoreline. I think this space characterizes the vegetation that you'll find outside of that existing limit of clearing. There's a mix of bittersweet, there's some stands of privet, a heavy population of multiflora rose and Japanese honeysuckle, as well as some dots of native raspberry and groundsel. And you can see in these pictures, that's a typical representation of what that mix of vegetation looks like. It's not too attractive or pristine. Image 2 represents the current beach access from the parking lot. It's a simple sand pathway that's flanked on either side on the water's edge by those stands of existing American beach grass. And then image 3, this is a view looking back from the shoreline, and there you can see that Spartina, very, very robust communities of Spartina and beach grass that we certainly want to preserve and keep intact. I'm just zooming out, looking at the parking lot, which is really the heart of this space. It's a relatively nondescript space. It's open asphalt parking. There are no delineated parking spaces. It's a free-form shape. There's really no rhyme or reason to that. You can see in image 2 along the edges, the existing lawn and the asphalt blend together, sort of blurs the use a little bit. You'll find that there are trailers and sometimes vehicles parked on these lawn edges. And then certainly you get these invasive species, grape, the multiflora rose, the honeysuckle, starting to encroach on those edges and limit lines of sight and make it a little more difficult to see around these turns. Lastly, the structures themselves, there's the compost toilet is shown in image 1. Based on our assessment, underutilized. And then there's the traditional restroom that's used more frequently. It's a relatively nondescript structure architecturally. There's an effort to support a little picnic area with a table here, again, on that lawn area that's pretty well worn. So that area is fairly beat up. And then the view from that picnic area out over Lake Montauk is occluded by those stands of non-native privet and some of those invasive species. So not the best user experience for somebody who does maybe want to picnic in that space. So based on those findings, we put forth an initial concept that we've reviewed with Kim, Melissa, Mark, and the members of the Natural Resources Department. And we look forward to presenting to you today. So you can see here, we're proposing a reconfiguration of the parking area, dedicated spaces, a reduction of that non-pervious surface. The heart of this proposal is a native vegetated bioswale, essentially a rain garden that will help slow down and filter and promote percolation of that groundwater before it reaches that shoreline and ultimately goes back and recharges Lake Montauk. And then a reconfiguration of that comfort station, the removal of some of those amenities, and just a more intuitive and logical way to circulate in and out of that space. I should also note that those areas of non-native invasive species that surround that current limit of clearing, we would like to pursue a revegetation effort where those are removed and replaced with native plant species that are appropriate to the east end of Long Island and this lakeside environment. So as with our existing conditions inventory, we've keyed in on 3 main areas. The first is area A. As I said before, this is really the heart of this proposal, that dry stream bed. That's meant to improve the functional runoff management on this site, but it's also meant to act as an aesthetic improvement and amenity to be enjoyed by the public. Area B is that reconfigured parking area. So looking at not only the layout, but the materials that are used for that parking surface, potentially going with a material that is more pervious than the existing asphalt. And then area C, again, that comfort station and the landscape that surrounds that, trying to enhance that user experience and make that a more functional, efficient circulation network across the dry stream bed. So as I noted before, that dry stream bed, the concept is predicated on these series of depressions that are marked by check dams that actually run east-west across that stream bed. And what those do is they become low points that capture runoff from the parking area and from South Lake. And as they capture that, those low points will be filled with native plant material that will help that groundwater recharge and be filtered before it gets down into the groundwater. And in the event of a heavy storm surge, those low points actually serve as weirs with overflows that would then feed into the next low area depression point. This happens a series of 3 times before they ultimately would overflow down into the shoreline and back into Lake Montauk. So the idea is to use this green infrastructure to manage that stormwater runoff rather than relying on traditional drainage structures, dry wells and inlets, things like that. You can see here some example imagery of what those concepts could look like in the built environment. Our concept would be to utilize locally sourced materials. We affectionately refer to these large quartz boulders as Montauk potatoes. Those would line that dry stream bed. We would get in there with native plant material. You can see in image 2, this is actually on a residential property that we did on South Lake. It's around the corner. We used a mix of switchgrass and groundsel, bayberry, plants like that would actually come in and soften those stone edges and really become part of that bioswale. And then lastly, in image 3, this idea of those check dams, our proposal is more modest than this, but that idea that there is an ability to retain that stormwater in these 3 areas, and then an overflow weir for when we do have a storm surge that would feed into the next succession of low points. I should note in this image as well, there are bridges, so this will be fully ADA accessible. You can see 2 ADA delineated spaces just off the edge of this dry stream bed. So there'll be ADA access to the traditional comfort station. In this proposal, we are recommending that the compost toilet be removed and that area be reestablished with native vegetation. But these pathways would serve to provide a circular access into and out of that space. And you can see an example of what one of those bridges might look like in that image 1. And lastly, there would be an informational kiosk proposed here next to one of those egress points. And we thought that could have information about the native plant communities that are used in this bioswale and what is going on with the structure, with the concept and the justification for this development is. So it could be a learning opportunity for the community as well. Again, just stepping back and looking at the parking area. So from a plan perspective, this has been reconfigured. We have delineated parking spaces along the southeast side of that parking. We've reduced the footprint, holding the asphalt along the southern edge and areas along the northern edge, certainly where that bioswale will be occupying this concept. And we have provided two parallel parking spaces right off of that comfort station that would provide direct access to that area. And you can see an example in image 1 of what that relationship could look like with the parking area divided by that bioswale, these low bridge connections, and then a potential reimagining of that comfort station, potentially clad in, say, an eastern red cedar or something that's, again, a locally sourced material that would feel over the place. As far as the surfaces go, we've spoken to the Natural Resources Department about a couple of options. A simple compacted quartz driveway surface would provide a permeable surface. There'd be no asphalt, there'd be no oil and stone. This would just be compacted local quartz. And you can see what that looks like in this image 2. And then an alternate that we've discussed is this idea of a stabilized grass paver unit that would actually not have lawn, but would instead have that quartz filled inside the unit. So it would meet all emergency vehicle requirements. It would stand up to regular wear and tear. We would not have the lawn. You wouldn't have to worry about lawn close to the water's edge. That again would be filled in with that local quartz. But it would just give us a more stabilized surface. So just thinking about a couple of alternates at potentially different price points. And then finally, reimagining the area around that traditional comfort station. We really did like that idea of the picnic table on the water side, the idea of looking out over that native buffer and seeing the vista down Lake Montauk. We thought rather than lawn, and you'll note in the proposal we've eliminated all the lawn, that seating area could be a compacted gravel with a simple steel edge, and we could let those native plant communities come right up to the side of that gravel. So there'd be a stabilized surface there, a well-draining surface that's not going to require mowing. We thought rather than relying on a structure to provide a surround or to provide shade, we could actually plant a network of native plant species, potentially shadblow or tupelo, those type of trees that are going to do well in this environment, but would provide an overhead canopy so that somebody can sit at those picnic tables and be out in the sun. And then finally, just our last image shows you when fully established, what a similar bioswale with carex, with hay-scented fern, with groundsel, shadblow, tupelo, what that all could look like when mature and fully established. And so I'll just end on an overview of that concept plan. And at this point, I would turn it over to the board and to the public for any questions or feedback.
Okay, thank you. Questions for our friends from LaGuardia?
I know one of the questions that came up from the Nature Preserve Committee when we were discussing trailheads is there's a trailhead for the Palmanock Path that's just up the road, and we wanted to add a kiosk. And I appreciate you adding that in a location down there where there could be a trail map. I saw that that was on there. I just want to make sure that we have enough parking for the user base that's going to go down there, or potentially will. Any type of design like this is definitely going to draw people there. So I'm wondering, there's ways that we can try to figure out, find ways to find more parking in the area. And then Melissa knows this is a very consistent question of mine with our water quality project when it comes to rain gardens and such. It's about maintenance. I know you're talking about the courts with grass in between. Does that need to be mowed? How does the maintenance work out on this? Long-term maintenance, because when it gets to be long-term, the town will be doing that with our staffing, and I want to make sure that it just upkept appropriately then too. So maybe if you just address those two, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Sure, I think.
And also, my next one, I think it looks wonderful. I'm not going to, it's gorgeous. But those are two of my initial concerns.
Sure. I'll start with the parking. We could certainly work with the town and PW Grosser to try and quantify the current parking load and make sure that the proposed design accommodates that. I think there is an opportunity, to the south here to expand that parking a little bit closer to the edge of the property. Again, that's characterized by stands of mixed grade and invasive vegetation. So I think if we needed to move into that area for parking, that we're not eliminating any pristine vegetation or anything like that. So that's certainly something that we can look into more deeply with the team. So I think that's just something we'll make a note of and keep on our radar. As far as the maintenance goes, I guess I just want to start by saying, and I hope that image wasn't misleading, the paving itself would not be lawn. There will be no lawn in this proposal, at least. The system is referred to as GeoBlock. It's a concrete grid system that can receive lawn. So you can have that green turf that would meet those emergency vehicle requirements, those ratings for traffic. In our proposal, we suggested that we would replace the lawn shown in that image with gravel, with a quartz. So again, that concrete unit would stabilize that quartz and make it just help it stand up to more regular traffic and certainly emergency vehicle traffic, which might have to make a series of turns in these areas. So with respect to maintenance, there'd be no need for mowing of lawn here. And I think beyond initial establishment, it may be like pruning and typical plant healthcare on some of the trees. There really would be limited intervention in terms of landscape maintenance here. The goal would be, as was shown in that prior image, and I'll go back, the goal would be after a year or two to really have these plants take over and own the space without the need for weeding or for any sort of treatments or attention. We really want to plant them in a way where they're appropriately spaced. The soil type, again, is appropriate for the way they want to live and thrive, so that when they're fully established, that they really take over that space and don't need any intervention or care. Now, that's typically a 2-year process. So I would say, I'm going to zoom back out. I would say for the first year or two, you'd need a team that's monitoring irrigation, maybe doing some light weeding to just make sure those plants aren't being outcompeted by anything.
And Melissa, we can work that into an RFP for construction if we went that way, those first couple of years.
Yeah, we would include that maintenance in the bid specs. So when it goes out for the installation, the first year to 2 years for establishment would be included.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah. First of all, Melissa, what is the budget for this project? Do we have a budget?
It really depends on, how the design plan comes back. We don't have a set amount. So basically it would be based on, what the board approves as our final design for the site.
Because this is, as David said, it's a gorgeous design. And my initial reaction was, if it's something this beautiful, we're going to need more parking because more people will be attracted to that area. But I guess I want to relay that I'd like to see this still remain very natural and organic looking. Like, I almost don't want it too pretty, you know what I mean? Because it needs to be fitting with the environment where it's at, that I, don't want it to look like a built up area. I want it to be, as I said, organic and natural. So the conference station, would that get an IA system?
Yeah, that's my
Yes, I think that we would want to put that in as the first phase. So we would install the system before we would install anything else here.
Okay, and I also got somebody, Tom Rule wrote to us and said, bike racks. We'll need bike racks there. I just, to me, it's beautiful, but it looks expensive, and would like to see more parking, and I just want to ensure that it's fitting in the community there. And I'd be interested to hear what folks in Montauk have to say.
For that one, Kathy, I did mention, I had my Montauk CAC last night. I did mention it to the CAC that this discussion was going today, and I also showed a schematic diagram. But by that point in the meeting, they were probably all a little glazed over from all the discussions. they are aware that it's happening, that this presentation is today.
One other thing that we proposed was, rather than doing permeable pavement throughout the whole parking area, to basically pitch the lot to, a certain designated spot that would be permeable to, try to reduce those costs.
Yeah, because this would require all the asphalt to be removed, right?
Right.
In this proposal, yes. But we can certainly amend that layout so that you retain, maybe at the parking area, you retain asphalt, and then we pitch into the bioswale and have a permeable pavement strip before it goes into that bioswale.
I would prefer that in the design, and maybe we can bump it up at the dune line there, so it pitches back towards the bioswales. I think that'd be better, maybe potentially for maintenance, ADA on there, and also cost savings. But I think it would be my preference to use that for long-term maintenance on there, and we could pitch it in there. I think the cost savings from that will allow us to move forward on other potential options.
Sure.
This is a popular access, and as I said in my introductory comments, it's used by a lot of families, at least traditionally, especially with young children, to play on that beach. Low wave action, and it's a nice quiet spot. I have concerns about whether or not we have enough parking anticipated for this location and whether or not that configuration really works the best. Most of our road ends, there's a component where people like to just pull up just to make sure the water body is still there and maybe have a lunch or something.
Yeah.
Let's go see if the ocean's still there today and drive down to the road end. And there's limited time on the parking in those locations. I suspect there's probably a little bit of that going on here. So maybe a couple spaces front end so that people can look out the water, drive up, have their lunch, whatever. Short-term 15-minute parking spaces. Also, I didn't see that it was actually designated with a handicap spot. I know one of those, if not both of those parallel spots closest to the restroom could be. I noticed there was cross-hatching there as well, but I don't see ADA on that. Of course, I know the pathways are ADA. Pretty much just reiterate the same comments that Kathy had in trying to keep as natural a look to the improvements and the bioswale as possible. Not too much in the way of man-made structures. The weir design is it's not natural. I understand how that works, but maybe there's a way to kind of camouflage that a little bit more. I also wondered if, in terms of maintenance over time, one or more of these low spots would silt up and would contain standing water for any period of time. I'd be a little concerned about having standing water at this location, given the propensity of mosquitoes to breed and whatnot. So just wondered, what do you think the maintenance lifespan is on that? Obviously, it needs to be permeable to recharge the water, but I don't know how long that might last and what kind of steps we'd have to take as a town to ensure that it continues to be permeable.
Yeah, that's a good point on cleaning out the depressions. I mean, we would come up with a detail that builds that up in such a way that there's a gravel substrate, very permeable gravel substrate between an existing sand layer and the surface. But we could work with PW Grosser to try and establish a timeline for when it might be prudent to come in there and do some sort of maintenance or clean out of that. So we can get you that information.
Or possibly we could include like some pre-treatment structure that would maybe alleviate that issue also.
So Melissa, maybe you can address, there's a number of boats, like a lot of boats that are stored down there that look like they're on the shoreline. Do we know where those boats are from?
I do not. I think that's kind of been like a long-standing practice down there. We had talked about incorporating, a boat rack down there for kayaks and things like that. So maybe, people could utilize that instead of putting it, up in the vegetation.
So there has been a long-standing tradition of locals having boats there. They're often used as tenders for boats that they might have out further in the harbor on a mooring, or that they've left there just to go for a paddle. there has been over periods of time, some boats just left there derelict. And so there's been a practice by Marine Patrol to put notice out that boats have to be removed at the end of the season. If they're not picked up after a certain point, then we cart them away. That's pretty much been the practice. But it's somewhat informal. Everything about this current location and the way it's been used is really quite informal. And, you know, to Kathy's point, I wouldn't want to get too formal about how it looks, because I think a more natural feel is important to maintain in this setting, rather than a more urbanist or suburban kind of look. I think we want to try and avoid that.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would, but I don't want to be, I mean, in Google Earth, which is what I'm looking at, you know, some of the boats are way up on the, you know, in the things we're trying to preserve, the grasses and things that are the natural vegetation that we don't want to see removed. So, and I would think that there should be some more parking as suggested, you know, in that corner, you know, expanding it for more parking. And I agree, it needs to be wild. It needs to not be, you know, a suburban looking place.
Any other comments from board members? Okay, well, I guess we've made our comments known.
Thank you for your input. You know, we'll take another look, see if we can soften the design and incorporate some of your comments and, you know, send it back around to the board.
Great. And I think overall, the board's pretty unanimous, and correct me if I'm wrong, that stormwater abatement is the basis for what we're trying to achieve here, and that we are very supportive of that.
Yeah.
And,
yes, indeed.
And we appreciate your efforts, Melissa, in putting this together and bringing it to us. And I want to thank you, Ian and Jason, for presenting as well. And hopefully we can refine this a little further and get to a go point.
Great. Yes. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thanks. Thank you. Great day.
Next up, we have a discussion of the Cabaz acquisition EAF review. We have John Jolnicki and Eric Shantz, I think, will be joining us, our assistant planning director, to discuss the environmental assessment for this 7-acre property the town's acquired for the purpose of building a new senior center. And,
right, but this is only limited to the acquisition of the property itself. As you know, we had going out for an RFP for engineering and design services. I think we have 14 submissions that have to be gone through to choose a design team and then move that forward. So I reached out, and this was actually this environmental review was going to be done in conjunction with the condemnation that we anticipated needing to do to sever this portion of the property from the rest of the tax map. However, in talking to the title company and to our condemnation counsel, they both agreed that as long as we got you know, adequate and complete title insurance, which the title company indicated they had no issue with, that condemnation wasn't legally essential to acquire the portion that we're interested in acquiring. And that's made even kind of more, I don't want to say unnecessary, but less necessary by the fact that we will have, at the time of closing, a right of first refusal on the purchase of the rest of the property. And the property owners indicated to us that he expects to stay there for a few more years and then sell, and he has no issue selling to the town. So at that point, we would then exercise our right to purchase the entire lot and annex it to our property over where the Terry King ball fields are. So I reached out to Dan Russo, our environmental counsel, and I said, you know, what's your suggestion as to how to proceed? And he referred me to, I think it was 617.3G, which allows basically a permissive segmentation of an application, because we don't have a a commitment to a future plan until we actually have it designed. And at that point, we'll have to go through a full-blown review of the design and its impacts on the parcel, assuming that you get to a plan that everybody wants to move forward with. If we were just getting it for open space or parkland, we wouldn't need to do anything. But since we want to keep the options open, this is the way we're proceeding with it. So Eric has prepared an EAF for us. I think everybody probably has a copy. I sent it around, I think it was yesterday, to everybody. And if you wanted to go through it with him, we can do that. I'm hoping to actually get an approval on so we can go ahead and get this closed and go on to the next chapter with this property.
So John, just to reiterate and clarify, make sure I understand this correctly as the viewers as well. What we're doing is we're making an assessment and taking the step of declaring either a negative or positive declaration as to the specific action that we are taking. And in this case, it's acquisition,
yes,
actual development. So we'll be reviewing this under the guise of the action being acquisition and whether or not acquisition in itself has a positive or negative impact under secret, correct?
Yes, yes. We're severing off anything else that happens on the property afterwards until we have a better idea of what you're going to do.
And we'll go through this again once we develop plans and have an action.
Yeah.
Project.
You're going to have to have a full secret.
Understood. That it's at that time that we get into the real nuts and bolts of what the actual construction or project would entail and how that would impact the environment.
That's right. Correct.
Okay, Eric, please continue.
Yeah.
And just walk us through.
Sure. So what the documents you should all have is the EAF Part 1, which is really basically just a description of the action. It's more like an application form. It's really not an environmental analysis. The parts 2 and 3, which are the other parts that you have, are basically, that's where when we do the full SECRA for the project proper, meaning, a building, parking, clearing, grading, all of that stuff, you're going to have a much more detailed description. But for now, under the direction of the attorney's office, we mirrored the wording in the resolution to note that this is simply for the acquisition of the property. This is segmentation. However, it is permitted under a certain provision of SECRA. And we're noting at this point that there will be a full review of the project in the future. So that's basically what this document says. It meets the goals of complying with SECRA for the acquisition. But again, I think the most important point to stress here is that there will be a version of all three of these documents that is much more thorough and much more involved when we do have a formal proposal.
Thank you, Eric. Any questions or comments about the draft that we have in front of us?
Nope.
No. I went
Okay,
through
so
questions with
is
Eric.
everyone good with a negative declaration then?
Yes.
At this point, and again, the action is acquisition. Okay. Do you need anything else from us now on that, John, or?
No, that's it. I mean, the resolution will spell all that out and note that it's limited just to the acquisition and that there'll be a need for further environmental review on any plan to develop the property. So.
Great. Thank you. So next on the agenda is a discussion about Lee Hayes Memorial Proposal for Amagansett Youth Park dedication. We had a member of the Hayes family reach out to us, Lee Hayes' great grandniece, Jolyn Hobson, bringing to our attention Lee Hayes' life and whatnot, and if there was some way to acknowledge and honor his memory, his contribution to our local town here, as well as contributions to our country. Many will know that Lee Hayes was a member of the legendary all-black Tuskegee Airmen. He was on a B-25 bomber during World War II from, I believe, 1944 through 1945. He first moved here from Virginia at age 8, and his father was working as a farm worker in a local potato farm, and may have worked on a dairy farm as well. His family, as I think Gurley Hayes, which is the name of his father, had something like 122 descendants in town by 1985. I was looking at a old East Hampton Star article from that period about the Hayes family and their impact on what is known as Hayesville among some in town. That's that area along Town Lane and Accabonac Harbor. The Amagansett Youth Park seemed like an appropriate location to honor and dedicate Lee Hayes' life and impact on our community and country, as it's at the edge of Hayesville. It's on the route that he often walked when he went to the American Legion as a veteran to spend time there. And in fact, I'm told by his grandniece that members of the family said when his regular, almost daily walk there, that he would stop and pause, leaning against a glacial erratic that was sitting out there. And I just wanted to bring this forward as a way to honor Lee, who fought in World War II and also had to overcome significant obstacles in his life that related to his race and in our country. His family left Virginia during the Jim Crow era. They established a life here. His descendants, Barry Johnson, a grandson of his, was a well-respected police sergeant for many, many years here. He's got a great-grandson who's my children's age, went to school with Yori Johnson. They're just a huge number of local people that are descended from him. And it seemed appropriate that we should acknowledge contributions of everyone in our community, regardless of race. And this is part of an undertold story, I think, of our town. We have a number of people who lived and worked out of Freetown, which is that area that historically people of color had to live in post-slavery. And, we've gone through a transition and have continually worked towards reaching the goals and ideals of our democracy, in which all people are treated equally. And one of the things about Lee Hayes is, although he was trained as a bomber pilot and certified to fly, many of the airmen who came back after World War II immediately were able to get jobs as pilots with the commercial airline industry, which at that time was really growing and burgeoning. And he was never able to get a job as an airline pilot, nor were any of the other Black pilots, airmen who came back for years. And I think it was actually a Supreme Court case in the 60s that finally cleared the way for Black airmen to actually become pilots. So the proposal is that we honor Lee Hayes at this location, and I just wanted to bring it up publicly in a work session for a discussion about that. I'd like to share a photograph of Lee, if I could. This is Lee in World War II in his bomber outfit. You can see the goggles, you can see the leather fleece-lined jacket and hat. Flying high altitude in a bomber was a freezing cold experience. Imagine yourself being like on top of Mount Everest. Temperature-wise, it could easily be well into the negative numbers. And they were constantly shot at with flak and the Luftwaffe fighter jets trying to pick them off, many of which did multiple bombing runs. Many of those aircraft were damaged, lost, but many came back tattered and torn, rebuilt, and flew again the next day or 2 days later. So I just think this would be a great way to honor Lee in his home neighborhood and welcome any comments or discussion about this.
I'm in complete agreement. I did actually live for a short period of time on Town Lane also. No members of the family. I can't, it's a great location for it. The amount of individuals from our community that go to the youth park, kids, children, adults, pass by it every day. I think it is of the level of distinction that Mr. Hayes deserves. I thank you, Peter, for thinking of this location.
Yeah, I just want to say the same thing. This is really long overdue for the Hayes family and for Lee Hayes in particular. And thank you. This was a great place to honor him, as it really honors our youth as well. And I think it's a great location. And thank you, Peter, for carrying through with finding the correct space for this.
Yeah, it's long overdue, and it's a very poignant story. Are we thinking of a sculpture? Is that, I know we were discussing like a bust of him, or do you have any idea of, is there
I think
a committee that'll get together?
Yeah, I think the discussion was really more like a dedication plaque, and what we've been doing at many of our parks is adding QR codes so that people could take their phone, pull up the QR link, and they can go to the story of Lee Hayes. They could go to the development of Hayesville, Freetown. There's a lot of ways for that to become an interactive exhibit. He certainly was, I think, as proven by this photograph, a handsome young fighter. And, you know, I think, again, a plaque with QR codes and maybe a brief description of who he was and the Tuskegee Airmen might be appropriate. But we can have further discussions about that exactly. I would like to move forward with a rededication of the park this fall, if the board is in agreement. But in discussing this possibility with family members, they pointed out that this June, he would be 100 years old, and his birthday is on June 20th.
Oh, Juneteenth.
Juneteenth is the day before, and there might be an opportunity for further celebration, I suggested, by having that as well. So, you know, we can do a dedication earlier. I will also mention that he was invited to the White House to be honored there as a Tuskegee Airman. And at the time, he had significant medical issues, illness, and was not able to attend in person. But, you know, this is somebody who I think we should, whose service we should revere, and the obstacles he had to overcome in service of his country.
So I would suggest having a memorial to rename it this fall, if that's possible. And when the plaque is completed, unveil it on Juneteenth, which would, I think, again, you know, and I'd love a photograph of him somehow. This photograph is, as you said, I mean, it's so charming and so strong. I'd love to see that photograph. It's the photograph I think of when I think of him. It's the one I've seen over and over again. So, you know, anyway, it's, you know.
So I do know that visages can be put onto plaques, whether it's a bas relief or otherwise. So that's something we can look at and also discuss with the family further.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'd love to do it twice.
Yeah, I'd like to see an image, frankly, if we can do it. These young guys were real heroes, just for what they did, much less when you think about what they were overcoming to become pilots and enter combat, you know, frankly, in a country that didn't welcome them home that well at the end of the war. And they, some of them, I don't know if I've seen some films on them, you know, just suffered terrifically, but also survived very heroically, being shot down and being assisted out of occupied lands by partisans that were sympathetic to them. It's an amazing story of these men, and
I think it
certainly
fits.
should be remembered.
Yeah, and I think it fits nicely with our effort to better tell the story of everyone who lived in East Hampton. And, you know, that's been echoed by efforts with George Fowler House, the documentation and stories at Freetown and our efforts to restore St. Matthew's Chapel to Freetown. And, you know, the efforts of others in the community, David Rattray's, the project that's been worked on in plain sight, talking about, you know, African Americans and indigenous peoples here in East Hampton, their contributions to the history of our town that are undertold. So to me, that meshes really well. So I'm glad to have your support in moving this forward, and we'll, I guess, reconvene on setting a date for dedication and make plans for Juneteenth as well. And if there aren't any other comments at this time, we can move on to liaison reports and followed by resolutions.
Great. So I'm going to have 3 resolutions on for Thursday. The first one is for Drug Take Back Day. Normally we hold Drug Take Back Day twice a year in the spring and the fall. We did not hold one in April. We're doing it on October 23rd from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. here at Town Hall. What I'd like to do, as I've done in the past, is run an ad in English and Spanish in the East Hampton Press, Sag Harbor Express, and the Star. And since we didn't do it in April, I'd like to run the ad for 2 weeks so people have plenty of time to clean out their medicine cabinets and kitchen cabinets to find, you know, medications and whether they're prescription or over the counter that they want to dispose of. So I'm going to have a resolution on. The total is about just under $3,300. I have it in the budget in our adolescent substance abuse outreach budget. This is supported by the East Hampton Police Department. Sergeant Alversa brought this to me, as he always does, and we have support of the East Hampton School District. And then another resolution is to amend the posting of the speed limit over on Hog Creek Road. If you recall, we had a public hearing on September 2nd. And this was for the stretch of road between Hog Creek, between Kings Point and Springs Fireplace Road. It's currently posted as 35 miles per hour. We want to have it posted at 30 miles per hour. And then, as I said earlier, during public comment, I've got a call in to Lauren Bolger, who's the chair of the Spring CAC. I want to put this on the agenda so that we can have a community discussion at our CAC meeting about taking a more comprehensive approach to the speed limits, you know, up in Springs and particularly along 3 Mile Harbor Road. And then lastly, we had already talked about it as an agenda item. The other resolution is the resolution declaring having a negative declaration pursuant to SECRA for the acquisition of the Cabaz property. So if we can approve that on Thursday, I think we're good to close on that property on Friday, because right now it's the closing is currently scheduled for the end of the week. And then I would like to move on. Spring CAC met in August. Kevin Cooper, our Director of Code Enforcement, held a Q&A. There was also discussion that was brought up by members of the Accabonac Protection Committee over grading that had taken place at Louse Point. The Highway Department had responded to complaints and regraded that area, filling in holes and with asphalt millings. It was also done to prevent runoff there. And it was pointed out that Louse Point does have a management plan that was written in 2009. And there was just some concern, you know, people at first, when they saw the asphalt milling, thought it was paved, but in fact it was graded, it wasn't paved. And I know, David, that you had a discussion at the Nature Preserve Committee over the action that was taken up there. I don't know if you have anything to add.
Yeah, no, I discussed it a little bit last week. It's members of the Aquaponic Protection Committee came with voicing their concerns about using asphalt millings for the area. It seems like there was a lack of communication potentially, that the highway department did not know that there was a management plan that specifically stated on some of the actual roadway surfacing to use, which would actually not use millings. They were going to, land management was going to reach out to highway to see about that and to try to rectify the issue there. One of the biggest issues there right now is that part of the road is actually has asphalt, part of it is just dirt, and the dirt does not hold up. There's no surface in there that actually will hold up to the amount of use and rain right now. So millings have become an action that's used by the highway department that actually will compress the ground and make it easier to walk on. So I think there's going to be outreach between land management and the highway department to either discuss and rectify it, or just to make sure it doesn't happen again in the future.
Yeah, maybe that's a location that we should consider for, pervious pavement as well. Like we just looked at for South Lake. There may be portions of that could be dealt with that way that would stabilize the area, but would also be more consistent with the management plan.
Agreed.
And then, so we have a CAC meeting. It's Tuesday, September 28th at 6 o'clock. I've had a few folks ask me for the Zoom link, which we haven't received that yet, but I'll let those that reach out get sent that link. And then I'm hoping, if we have time at the CAC, to also just start a conversation with the committee and get their thoughts on the cannabis legislation, if we're going to be doing nothing, taking no action, or if we're going to be opting out. I mean, I know we had that conversation back in August. I think now, if we stay with remote meetings, if we see COVID infection rate increasing here and we stay with remote meetings, there's, it puts more pressure on us, I guess, to get this, having this conversation probably next month, right? As a board, I know, Sylvia, we're waiting for the planning board department to come forward with, they were looking into zoning and whatnot, right, for dispensaries.
Yeah, I mean, some of the other communities that have looked at this have opted in, but adopted zoning regulations that would restrict and the retail aspects of cannabis, as well as other activities, commercial growing, whatnot. And they, in some cases, they've limited those locations to industrial zone parcels rather than central business. They've precluded them from being within 500 feet of a church or school, or perhaps even further. You can regulate the hours of dispensaries, unlike other businesses under New York State law. So those are all things that we'll have to reconvene and discuss. And I think early October will be the time. And Kathy, you do point out that there is a requirement to opt out by December 31st, or you're automatically opted in forever. So, I think it's incumbent upon us to try to figure out with the community what community standards we should have in place, and what the community wants us to do regarding this specific legislation. There's actually an awful lot yet undecided about how licensing of growing and retail and whatnot. From what I understand, New York State has not completed those rules and regulations yet. So some communities have also decided to opt out for that reason, thinking that, well, we want to wait and see what else is adopted in terms of regulation before we commit. So we'll have to, again, have that conversation amongst ourselves with the community, decide how to best move forward.
Yeah, so I figured I'd, start at the CAC and send them the information we had from the work session back in August.
Yeah, that'll be helpful.
Disability Advisory Board met last week, and we just continue to talk about how critically important it is to have hybrid meetings. I mean, this has been one of the positive things that came out is that, more people can participate in government with the ability to Zoom or call in, and particularly the disabled community. And we're just very grateful for it and want to see it continue. And then I had a conversation last week with John about the revisions to the ethics legislation that we had discussed. And he talked about researching New York State's Code of Ethics. And we hope to bring back, draft legislation, with some revisions to a work session in October. And that's what I have for today.
Thank you, Kathy. David, do you have a report for us?
Yes, thank you. Let me just bring it up here. I want to remind everyone that all the guarded beaches in the town of East Hampton are now closed. We had a great summer season then too, so please go swim at your own risk. Also want to let everyone know that the beach bathrooms will be closing up in the next couple of weeks, and also too, so please take that into account. In aquaculture, seeding is currently still underway right now. I know they have a group, I believe, from Surfrider coming out to help with some of the seeding. So John Dunn and his staff are busy trying to seed for the next seasons and the next generations of clams, oysters, and scallops. Moving forward, the Water Quality Technical Advisory Committee is going to be sending us a recommendation for funding to increase our pump out tanks and our capacity at our two sites in East Hampton, which one is at Star Island and the other is at Gann Road, and to increase them to 5,000 gallons from where I believe there were only 3,000 gallons at the time. Because as we saw recently, there's a lot more individuals on their boats, and we want to make sure that the pump out services have a place for that all to go to. So that's going to be coming shortly. Also, just moving on to Montauk, another one is I want to let everyone know that Star Island docks, the town's put into our capital projects for work to be done on the commercial docks there. And recently we had a diver that went out to look at the Star Island dock, and there's a lot more legacy damage to the dock than anticipated. So they're trying to come up with some more costs for those. So as we move forward, there might be extra costs incurred because a repair that was done maybe about 50 or 60 years ago wasn't done correctly. And we're gonna be paying the price for that, unfortunately, now. So we'll get that information to the board shortly again. I had the Montauk CAC meeting last night. We were on Zoom as requested by the Montauk CAC. There was a great amount of participation. We had a very nice presentation from representatives of the concerned citizens of Montauk. They were talking about their water testing programs and their water testing results, specifically about testing for enterococcus bacterial testing in certain areas. Right now, they're testing about 25 to 30 locations year-round in the town of East Hampton, many out of Montauk. That then led into discussions about some of the locations right now. And one of the locations that had the biggest concern for some of the residents of the CAC was in Fort Pond Bay, where this year some of the numbers spiked really high. Individuals thought it could be coming from some of the boats that are out there. Some individuals think it wasn't that, but it was more the failing septic systems at some of the commercial establishments that are in that area of Fort Pond Bay, and potentially that included with large amounts of rain that we had through sometimes the summer, large rain events that assisted with some of the leaching of some of these systems that are failing into the bay out there. So that was a large concern because many people use Navy Beach and Navy Road as a place for recreation. The Chamber of Commerce had a report. Chamber of Commerce discussed that the Fall Festival is coming up on October 9th and 10th. Please hopefully everyone participates, and also that their farmers market has been now moved to Friday. A large discussion and time was spent into the airport, and the airport subcommittee was discussing some of their aspects. one of the individuals that was representing the airport subcommittee for the Montauk CAC deemed the draft diversion study as useless, and wanted to make sure that we mined more data into there, and specifically in questioning brokers, operators of airports, and bookers of users that come up, meaning providers of services. They did put a couple of resolutions in for motions. I'm going to paraphrase it as best I can right now. I know, Peter, you were with us on the Montauk CAC last night, so if I get it wrong, please let me know. They did pass a resolution, and the resolution is close to stating this, and reaching any conclusion regarding the potential closure of the of the East Hampton Airport, that the airport divergence study should use real-world evidence, which needs to include and should be collected to include bookers, brokers, and users of the airports, meaning Montauk and East Hampton. That passed unanimously. Primarily, they want our divergence study team to go do a little bit more data, as Kathy had mentioned during that divergence study discussion. Let's go talk with the owners, operators of the Montauk Airport, some of the FBOs, and the booking agencies that are out there then too. We did mention that to them, but they wanted to make sure the town board knew that, and that's there. I think that's something that we've asked when requested. We'll move on. They also put another motion out there about discussing when public meetings were going to happen again. They put a motion out that the Montauk CAC would like to see public indoor in-person hearings will be held before any actions are taken prior to the actions of any changes to the potential changes to the East Hampton Airport. That did not pass unanimously, but it did pass within the Montauk CAC. The discussion is that some individuals don't have access.
So David, did they amend that? Did they amend that resolution to state public meeting outdoors instead of
they
indoors?
took out.
Yes, you're right.
They took out the indoor. They took out the indoor component, but they definitely wanted an in-person meeting prior to adoption.
I apologize. You're exactly right. It was a long meeting. Then I asked you.
It was a long meeting, and
it was a good meeting. Great meeting.
It was.
Kathy's on for a while too. Yes, that is correct. So let me just read that to everyone. The Montauk CAC would like to see a public, outdoor, in-person hearing will be held prior to any actions are taken prior. They would like to see a public, in-person meeting outdoors be held before any actions are taken prior to any changes to the East Hampton Airport. It didn't pass unanimously, but it did pass. So we have another. There might have been another one from the airport that I did not catch, and when I get it, I will ask. When I get it from the secretary, I'll move it forward to the town board. We then went into discussions about from their beach subcommittee. A lot of discussions came down to enforcement on the beach this summer of public, specifically of trash, litter, and beach fires. They understand that there was staffing issues all throughout the summer based on COVID and other situations out of a little bit of the town's control, but they do want to see increased funding for enforcement actions on the beaches in Montauk. Specifically, when it comes to beach fires, they're going to continuously keep looking into trying to address that. Anything from putting beach fires in only certain locations, to better enforcement, to outlawing them, to providing for containers also. And these are things that I know the town's beach advisory subcommittee have been looking at also. I think that's about it from the CAC that we had last night. We did have a meeting with representatives of the Farm Museum. Peter, were you going to mention that, or you want me?
You can go ahead if you like.
We had a meeting with representatives of the Farm Museum. They're going to be interested in, and they'll be sending a letter to the town board about building a potential carriage shed, a small carriage shed on their property, very similar to the one that's for a boat shed at the very tastefully done. That's at the Marine Museum for the Wooden Boat Shop. So look forward to that. And besides that, I think that's all I have today. If that's all right with everyone. Enjoy.
Thank you, David. Sylvia?
Yeah, the business committee met on last Wednesday. And at that time, I've got numbers for hospitalizations. Robert Ross, as usual, was on the call. So this is from Wednesday, the 15th, that Southampton Hospital had 3 COVID patients. I talked to him this morning. They now have 5. Eastern Long Island still has 0. Stony Brook had 66 patients last Wednesday. They now have 61 patients, but the number of patients that have been going into ICU is up to 25. So that's a big increase for the ICU numbers for Stony Brook. Southampton Hospital did conduct a vaccination pod at the high school for the kids and staff. And they had over 50 folks shots for the first time. And the Playhouse vaccination pod that was on the 14th had 99 first shots. So that's a good showing, I think, for what's happening out there, and that people are, seeing the increase in numbers of positivity rate, and they're, getting their shots now. Better late than never. Let's see, on Tuesday, and just for people to know, Tuesday through Thursday from 12 to 6 at Parish Hall, you can still get a Pfizer vaccine. It's on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 12 to 6. The committee also discussed just briefly participating in the airport. And, again, we passed out Zoom links to everybody, and they had a brief discussion on the diversion study and just, talking about it. There were no conclusions made, no other comments, except that they watched it and they're interested in seeing how it plays out at a town board level. Members who attended the community housing meeting, I would like the community housing opportunity fund committee to identify areas where commercial RVs could be used for seasonal housing. They'd also like the town board to consider using year-round houses. If we do year-round housing, combining it with some seasonal housing within the year-round housing, it would be proposed. So I think that's something we can look at and need to consider, as we move forward. We also discussed the New York HERO Act. The supervisor's office did release a press release, which is the act that is protecting workers from airborne diseases. So the business community is aware of complying with the New York HERO Act. I want to make the board aware in planning on October 12th will be a presentation of 395 Panago and different options for which 7 acres would be the 7 acres that would be used, could be used and considered for affordable housing. They are taking in and looking at all the comments from the community surrounding that. We had quite a few comments from the folks that live near that area. So they will be using that as helping with the guidelines for what they propose to us as the 7 acres that would be recommended from the planning department. And they also, we need to have legislation, John, this is something to put on your plate for moving forward with putting the AHO, the Affordable Housing Overlay, on the properties on 114. And if we could have that combined on the 12th, that would be helpful. So we look at both things at one time, and Eric is aware, Chance of the planning department is aware that both of these things would go together at one time. The other piece of legislation we would like the town board to consider is changing from 2 houses per acre to 3 houses per acre if we do single family housing. I know there was a conversation about clustering the houses and open space subdivision, in quotes, using that. Talking with Eric, we still would have to change the legislation to be 3 per acre in order to even do that we had talked, that I think I talked with Kathy about doing that. So we still have to move forward with changing that part of our affordable housing legislation. And that would only pertain to those in an affordable housing overlay district. Yes, exactly. I did send, this is going back to the discussion that we had on the cannabis legislation. I've sent all of that information to the Wainscott CAC. And, there were, and the summary, which I think was very helpful. Thank you, John Jilnicki, for writing that summary for us. And I think that's going to help, get some good comments back from the community. So it's, as I see it, there's 3 prongs here: where it can be dispensed, if you can use it on site where it's dispensed, and if we're going to grow it. And allow growing. So those are some of the things that, I need to be considered in our agricultural community and in the rural feeling that we have here. The Energy Sustainability Committee left. I just want to remind everybody that you have 1 day to make your pledge for Car-Free, Car-Light Day. I hope the supervisor's done it. Jeff, you've done it in the past. I hope you pledged that you would do it. Anybody else on the town board? Those, Jeff and the supervisor have all ridden their bikes to town hall. So thank you. I know Peter's done it for a couple of years, and Jeff, I know you did it last year. So thank you for doing that. So please go to Car-Free Day, all one word, LI.org, and take the pledge. We also had 2 presentations. One was by Ann Pernick of Safe Cities Initiative. And as part of Safe Cities, what they're looking at is a fossil fuel non-proliferation type of treaty, which would end fossil fuel expansion. And that would mean asking municipalities, both large and small, to join in taking steps that would not increase the use of fossil fuel within your municipality and your community, or if you're in a situation where there's mining or exploration within your community, that would not take place and be expanded in any way. Examples of cities that have already signed on, large cities like Los Angeles, Barcelona. This is a worldwide initiative. Vancouver, and small communities like Lewes, United Kingdom, which is a small municipality, somewhat like ours, have also signed on to this.
I live there.
Oh, there you go. so they're ahead of us right now in not expanding fossil fuel use and exploration. Other initiatives that Safe Cities does is looking into policies that municipalities electrify all of their buildings and move forward with that type of initiative. And there are others that are interesting, and so we're going to keep looking into those. Susan Harder also gave a presentation mostly about outdoor lighting and best practices, encouraged the committee to advise the town on policy issues, including 5 principles of concern, which she went through quickly, and I won't go through them here. She's very concerned about street lights as the town is looking towards conversions, total conversion to LED. I know some of our lights are already, street lights are LED. She is hoping that we'll have a conversation with Hampton about their conversion and what they would keep and what they would change if it's working for them before we move forward with ours. And encourages East Hampton to hire a lighting designer to work with the town on our street light initiative. And that is all I have for today. Oh, there's one other thing. So in the environmental, 2 other things, sorry. One is we'd like to change the name to Energy and Sustainability Committee instead of Energy Sustainability Committee, since we're working on other things with litter and waste management, that kind of thing. So I'm hoping that the town board will raise their hand and say yes, and I'd like to get a resolution on for Thursday. Is that possible? We just are inserting the word "and" in between energy and sustainability.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounds pretty controversial. So you
never know. Never know.
I'm in hearing for that. I'm just kidding.
Okay, so I'll get that done for Wednesday. And also we do ask the CACs to weigh in and have people on the CACs that come to our Energy Sustainability Committee. And Lena Taburi has been doing East Hampton Safe Harbor, but now can't get in touch with anybody. So I don't know, Jeff, that's yours. Is there somebody that she can contact? Somehow she can get to the meetings? Is there some information on the East Hampton Sag Harbor CAC that can be passed along to the rest of the town board?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Karina, yes.
All right, thank you. Then that is all I have.
Thank you, Sylvia. Jeff, do you have a report for us?
Yeah, I do. We met in the Airport Management Advisory Committee met and had our usual lively discussion. They spent a good part of the meeting discussing the possibility of a new complaint system that Steve Tuma is working on in connection with another individual, Brian Prosser, called Flight Talker. I don't know how the public will warm to the idea of having another complaint system rather than doing something about the complaints, but it was an interesting discussion. It's intended to be a more robust system for reporting. It looks like it has some greater capacity to store data quickly. It uses sort of a gaming interface, which makes it produces, I think, a clearer video of the flight paths, which is something that we don't always get accurately on the other complaint systems that we're using. And they've enhanced generally the reception and their ability to track planes with some upgrades in equipment and hooking into ADS-B data for more accurate reports of altitude and speed and position. And it has ways of storing, storing the complaints and making them accessible. One of the, it's not ready yet, and it's not really ready for even testing yet, but they think they will be within maybe the month, maybe a little bit longer. Because of the quantity of data they use, they install what they call a geofence, which excludes traffic from other major airports, because otherwise they'd have to be traffic monitoring massive amounts of traffic. And that was something that apparently is necessary to let the system operate efficiently. It was also something that one of the opponents of the airport took issue with right away, because we know that there's been a dramatic increase in flights of jets, and many of them are coming from very far away. So she was worried that this geofencing would actually limit some or a good portion of the jet traffic that we really need to have monitored, many of which apparently come from the West Coast. The system is also capable of showing the airport from which is responsible for the flight, and it can segregate arrivals and departures. And it ties into flight plans, and you get more complete data. And they were touting it, saying that it would enable complaining. It would enable our airport to contact people who are routine violators of like noise abatement or routing preferences. But Jim Brundage commented immediately that he is capable of doing that and does actually do that at the present time. And actually, they're looking for some more focus groups who, as they get further along on the development of the system, to go through it and debug it. So it's not ready yet. Jim Brundage presented his report on air traffic. He basically is comparing 2019 to 2021 in the interest of using a year that's a normal year compared to a year that's becoming normal. And the short answer is that while helicopter traffic may be down slightly and seaplanes down also, it's compensated by an increase of 43% in jet traffic. And that's part of the reason that on the finance end of the airport, we're making more money on fuel and landing fees, because the mix of the fleet is changing, and we're getting more jets. They also are, the committee is still focusing somewhat on landing fees, and they were comparing landing fees from a variety of locations, and it does look like East Hampton has the least expensive landing fees, and they want to make a suggestion to the town board that if we re-examine landing fee, they'd like to re-examine landing fees and take into account the factors that they are allowed to take into account even now under FAA control, like tower costs and use of the terminal as well. Several people asked that we post Jim Brundage's reports prior to the meeting, so we're going to try to do that from now on so that they have some advanced notice of his reports. And we've got the report that he delivered last night, I believe today, has been posted up on the, I think it was posted up, I'm not sure about today, on the airport re-envisioning site. They also addressed the diversion study, and we had the Cooley attorneys listening with HMMH personnel. It was a good thing that they heard it directly. And they raised the issue that there should have been more communication with managers, owners, passengers to get more definitive information. They were critical of including Mattituck as an airport, as a diversion airport, saying that, because of the long driving time, it seemed like an unlikely airport that would be used. So HMMH is now, knows about that comment, and they were comparing, the times, the driving times. They mentioned MacArthur Airport as well, and mentioned the driving times from the Southampton heliport, and estimating driving times back to East Hampton from Montauk at 25 minutes, which strikes me as extremely low in the height of summer. The Bistrian Sand Pit came up. It was referred to as an airport. We clarified the record that it really is not, and that it's subject to town zoning. But there were a number of comments indicating that some assumptions that were made in the diversion report really don't seem to be persuasive. For example, the length of Montauk's runway, they said, well, it's quite easy for companies using Montauk to just change the mix of aircraft and get smaller aircraft that can land there. Again, that's something that HMMH is now aware of. They corrected a comment that there was no instrument flight approach to Montauk, saying that there is, in fact, instrument flight approaches. They were skeptical about whether some of the lack of facilities in Montauk would really dissuade flyers from coming in. We've heard some of that in public comment and in the small group breakouts, which I've participated in. And they cited the runway length in Block Island as being an example of an airport that has a short runway, but that has more traffic. I think they were suggesting has more traffic than would have been suggested in the diversion report. Jim Brundage was able to tell us that some of the larger helicopters, the S-76s, can do round trips without refueling, and that they could get in and out of Montauk. But he did indicate that the skid helicopters, the smaller ones, would need to refuel, and probably would be that would be a disincentive to use Montauk. They also corrected the record, or added to the record, that the landing fees for Montauk are available. That's about what I have from the AMAC committee. The LTV board met, and we had Constance Conway present. She's the Southampton Communications Director, Southampton Town Communications Director. And we got a little bit of an update on the budget and it looks like LTV's in pretty good shape. They're, as you know, they're always running a tight budget, but they're happy with the progress they're making. The payroll is down. There's been some belt tightening there, and it seems to be working. In terms of programming, which is what most of us are interested in, they're working with the assistant. They've been working with the assistant supervisor of the East Hampton Unified School District. He was connected to LTV via JP Foster, who's a new member and a school board president. And everybody was very excited about the meeting. There are a lot of opportunities to bring in high school kids and East Hampton kids and get them familiar with communications and maybe interested in production as a career, and also to get them mentored as interns. And they have a class now of the first interns that did some very good interview shows, short but very good interview shows. I was watching some of them. And they're now rising seniors. They've got mentors. And they're talking again about, as other schools have spoken to LTV about, doing a student news broadcast, which I think is a great idea. LTV now has a very good green screen room, which they tell us is much better than the Zoom kind of backgrounds that you can get. It really feels like if they project an image of the beach, it feels like you're at the beach. So that opens up a lot of possibilities. And they're hoping that they can bring in the interns, the kids, and work up some creative ideas on that. They finished their jazz festival, and they had one of the largest turnouts that they've had in these events. Everybody was vaccinated, everybody was masked, and it was very orderly, and it came off very well. And I think that's about what I have from LTV. I also participated in a community meeting that we heard about in our work session today from Aaron. I can looking for Aaron's last name, and I'm blanking on his last name, but and they brought up a number of issues that we've talked about, so I don't want to reiterate them. The speeding signs, the speeding cameras. They have complaints about, where they'd like to see better garbage can pickups. There was some discussion at length, actually, about changing the relationship between CACs and the board. There's some feeling that liaisons, I'm just reporting what the comments were, that liaisons don't always report what happens in the CACs, and instead of being really a conduit for accurate communication, becomes something of a wall. And they were asking if there could be more direct and more candid input, perhaps made directly by the chairs of the CAC directly to the board. And I think it's an idea that they probably want to talk a little bit more about, but they were there seemed to be a feeling that CACs could be more active. It could do more than simply report to the board to do what it wants to do. And I will say that I do know CACs in other nearby towns do actually participate more, for example, in planning and zoning. I know in Southampton, the CACs are very active in front of planning boards and zoning boards. They come in directly and comment. So that was a topic that I think we may hear more about, and otherwise their concerns tend to be what we're hearing, speeding. Actually, they said there was some racing at Maidstone Park, which I found a little hard to figure out, but there's like a loop at Maidstone Park where they said cars were speeding around.
I think what they were doing there was they were just burning out their tires. They'd stop and then give it a bunch of gas and then smoke their tires and peel out.
Okay.
I don't think it was so much racing. It's just
they did
racing their motor and then.
Yeah, they did mention. I forget what we used to call that when we did it as kids. Some of us. And then the last thing I wanted to just mention is that when we were talking about COVID the last time, I mentioned Dr. Dempsey as a possible, George Dempsey as a possible resource for testing. And I did reach out to George. And you'll remember that, or I remember that George, I have to hand it to him because he was really one of the first and only local physicians that addressed the board right before COVID hit and warned us very clearly that we were in for, a rough ride on COVID. So I will never forget that about George, that he does have testing capacity. He has room to do testing and would be willing to test members of the public. The testing is free. He charges $50 because he's hiring staff and they communicate and they follow up with the patients. I'd be happy to, take an idea back to him if the town were interested in directing people to his office. He indicates that he has capacity. We could discuss, the fee, depending on what the town wanted to do in terms of either, subsidizing, doing nothing, whatever we wanted to do about the fee. But he's ready to talk to us, and I thought I'd bring that back. Last time I was here, David, you suggested, that I could reach out, so I figured I'd report on that.
Yeah, so Jeff, the last time I spoke with Dr. Dempsey, when we were talking about trying to facilitate testing before we brought Medivault in, he came forward with a plan that would cost the town between $500,000 and $600,000, where the town would pay for ramping up and basically covering those costs. And that didn't really seem to be practical given the other situations and opportunities that were available to us. We don't pay anything for Medivault. We've simply facilitated their citing themselves here. We didn't pay for Northwell Health when Northwell Health came and did testing parking lot, and we are currently we'll talk later in exec about expanding by bringing on another vendor potentially and hopefully very soon to also expand testing and help facilitate, and I'll go into that in more details in my liaison report.
Well, we'll discuss it as a board. My point is he's got capacity. He's got good delivery. I've been hearing a lot of complaints about our vendors, and his testing comes back generally 24 hours, occasionally 48 hours. So it's another resource. If things are heating up and we need, to quickly inject, 500, 1,000 tests, it's something to bear in mind. I just wanted to indicate that I'd followed up with him. And
does he currently make testing available to the general public, or do you have to be a patient of his currently?
I believe he's taking patients, but when I talked to him, I said, would you take members of the public if we, do you have the bandwidth to take members of the public? And he said, yes, he would. So it's he's there, he's conveniently located, and, it's probable that, given, his fees are pretty low comparatively because I've heard much higher fees. So anyway, there's a possibility to work with him, and I'm sure we could control, the money that we might need to spend there, but that's something for the board to consider. I'm merely laying it on the table because he's, as I said, he was an early warner. He's been on his game on this. He does a good job.
Can I just jump in here? Because I know, Jeff covered the airport in his liaison report. I don't know if the board was aware, but last night, was the last community engagement meeting, and there were 11 groups with about 8 people per group. And unfortunately, some of those groups were Zoom bombed. And people that did that used pretty offensive language. So it was, I know David came in to the group after the Montauk CAC. We were also, Mark Woolley, who represents Congressman Zeldin on Long Island. He was in our district. He was also in one of the groups. And I just wanted to make sure the board was aware. And obviously the consultants were apologetic. It wasn't something, they could control.
I think one of the things
they were unable to get rid of them. There
was one in my group. He used foul language and then, exited. Had a black screen with his name on it. I tried Googling it, but nothing came up. But apparently, at least in one of the groups, it was pretty foul. The language.
In another group, there was a 94-year-old citizen, I believe, of Montauk, very distinguished, and that this individual was berating her a little bit before leaving, potentially. I know that's what her either neighbor or her friend also her friend said, and also I recently received the email. So if you can check out to the consultants about that.
Yeah, I'll follow up with them.
Specifically that one, if it was a Zoom bomber or if it was another participant of that group, and I can give you more information on that.
Yeah, I can give you.
We did receive an email today during the meeting regarding at least one of those episodes by a constituent. We received it at 12:33 today. It's definitely something we want to look into. I think it's really incumbent upon us to all have these conversations and discussions about important issues in a way where we maintain civility and respect for each other. And it's only through that kind of ongoing dialogue that we're going to make significant progress at really addressing the needs of the community. So, I think, unfortunately, this aberrant behavior is becoming more common, and some of it may maybe response to just additional stress that people have about issues and the world in general, given all the different factors and things that are going on. But it's also, I think, important for elected officials, particularly, and other leaders to maintain, calm and civility, and to encourage open discussions, but in respectful ways. So this is something, we don't like to see it. This can happen whether it was a Zoom meeting or in-person meetings, because frankly, we've had in-person meetings where there have been outbursts from members of the public that, really go beyond the conventions of, civil discussion. And I just think we all need to work harder.
The other question,
I do want to say that having participated in these sessions, the sessions themselves have been very, at least in my experience, very civil and very orderly and very polite, even with people with very differing views. Because I'm sitting in a committee that had some, adamant pro-airport people and adamantly anti-airport people.
Yeah,
and
I understand that. I just said, aberrant behavior, I think was the term I used. That's becoming, maybe more common in some circumstances, but, again, we need civil discussion of major issues that face us. And so I just urge people to, adopt a more civil approach, and in all cases. I think this was an exception, but, it shouldn't happen.
and I'm not sure these folks were from our community.
Yeah, well, it's really a security issue is what it is. It sounds like these were disruptive parties from outside trying to disrupt. And
well, if you signed up though, and then you decided to.
Yeah, we also had the Zoom links, you didn't need to sign up if you didn't want to, right? Because the Zoom links were posted on the town site. But the other thing I'm
surprised they couldn't control the muting of that, but maybe when you're in the small groups, you're all.
You got to be very quick on it.
It was like what happened in my group. I was in Lisa's group last night, and you're the moderator, and you're trying to keep everybody straight, and you got questions and keep everybody engaged and talking and whatnot. I don't even think Lisa realized what the gentleman said, and that's being kind, calling him a gentleman, before he exited. So it was I think only a few of us heard it.
Mm-hmm.
But the other question I had for you, Jeff, because Sylvia brought it up as far as the cannabis and where we grow it. Has the agricultural committee met, and have they discussed cannabis?
We did discuss cannabis at some length, but it's been a while since they've met. And we actually had a a representative of the group that wants to encourage growing. And it's probably would be a good time to bring him back for further discussion. But yes, we did have a discussion of that. And it's probably time for another one.
Yeah, I would think
he
want
was,
to bring them into the discussion.
he was a very knowledgeable guy, actually. And I can't remember his name, but yes, I can do that. I'll follow up on that.
Thank you.
Do you have anything else, Jeff, or does that complete your report?
I believe that completes what I have.
Thank you. So as I said earlier in the meeting in response to a public question and comment, the test numbers for the local testing right here in East Hampton and Montauk that the town has facilitated resulted in the period of time between 9/9 and 9/13, those 5 days, 1,181 patient tests, of which 119 were positive. That's a 10% positivity rate. In Montauk for that same time period, there were 452 tests given, 43 positives, again, 10% positivity. This last report from 9/14 to 9/19, that's a 6-day period ending just 2 days ago. There were 1,264 tests given, 154 were positive, resulting in a 12% positivity rate. In Montauk, 370 patient tests, 50 positive, 14% positivity rate. So we're seeing an increase in the positivity rate in the last 2-week period. Again, that was up from the week before. It's bounced back between 10 and 12%, and now it's 12 to 14% in the most recent period. I'll mention that this was, in the post-Labor Day period. And while I was hoping that numbers would decrease, given the fact that there might be fewer people actually visiting here from out of town and just fewer people in general, there does seem to be ongoing spread of the Delta variant, which is much more highly contagious. So again, we're asking that people wear masks when they're indoors. The New York State HEROES Act has been put into play by the Governor Hochul, which requires businesses to have a plan and abide by a plan for infectious disease, airborne infectious disease. This requires adherence to an approved plan and would basically employees within businesses should be wearing masks under that law. Anyone visiting indoor place of business really should be wearing a mask out of abundance of caution. There are breakthrough cases. Generally, breakthrough cases are not as severe, more flu-like. However, if you have underlying conditions or you're over 65, you're much more likely to have a more severe reaction. And if you're unvaccinated, you're really taking your life into your own hands. This can be a deadly disease for the unvaccinated. There are opportunities to get vaccinated. If you haven't been vaccinated, please go to the town website and look for those, or call my office, 631-324-4140. We'll point you in the right direction. We're looking into whether or not we will put together a vaccination pod back at CDCH to give what will be known as third shots for those who would be eligible over 65 and those with underlying immunocompromised conditions. And I'll report on that as soon as I have more firm information. And again, currently there is no recommendation for a booster for those under 65 at this time. It's been shown that the efficacy of the vaccine does tend to fade in older folks and those with underlying health conditions. So we'll keep reporting in on that. I mentioned that we're working with a possible additional vendor to expand testing capacity within the community, as well as improving reporting and shortening turnaround times for results. Pre-registration and walk-in would be available with about a 24-hour turnaround time once the lab receives test results. There would be a patient online portal as well as an employer portal, so that employers could receive the test results from their employees, provided their employees have agreed to make that information available. The reports could be accessed by the town on a daily basis, which would give us the number of tests given and the positivity rates of those tests. Again, testing, as it was in the very beginning of the pandemic, is extremely important. We're continuing to do everything we can to make sure that the public has effective access to effective testing. I'll be offering resolutions for openings for the town attorney's office to retain on a short-term basis James McWilliams and Thomas Crouch, who were formerly employed by the town. As they transition to private practice, they've agreed to be retained on a short-term basis to help complete some of the projects that they're already working on. And so that resolution will be offered. There are 2 openings now in the assistant town attorney's offices. So if anyone is out there listening, is interested in applying, please let us know. Going back to the Montauk CAC, I did attend last night. I thought it was important to be there to listen to Montauk's concerns about diversion, which has long been something brought up that is of concern for Montauk and frankly of myself as well. Any changes that we make at the airport in East Hampton, we need to look at the consequences. And I've repeatedly stated that I don't believe that solving a solution in one area of town only to displace it to another is a solution by any means. So I wanted to reassure the members of the CAC that I am concerned about that and will use that as a guiding principle about making any decisions about East Hampton's airport. There was, as David mentioned, a lot of discussion about the diversion study. I know that Kathy raised questions during the presentation, as did myself, about whether or not it really reflects a real life scenario and what the real impacts might be. It was touted as worst case scenario, but I think most would agree that we need to get into what the real world scenario really might look like and what the unintended consequences might look like, and to better understand what the implications of any changes at the airport might be. So I support having a further refinement of the diversion study. I'll note that private community group, the East Hampton Alliance, has put together their own diversion study, which I have received and other board members have received. I haven't had a chance to look through it yet. It's something that we'll forward to our consultants as well. And we'll have a look at that and see what their conclusions were. Again, engaging all members of the public to have a frank and honest discussion about the future of the airport is absolutely vital. We received a letter from Montauk Lighthouse historian, Montauk Historical Society, Henry Osmers, in support of acquiring Carl Fisher House, 44 Foxborough in Montauk. We received that letter recently. As the board knows, we'll have a public hearing on that potential acquisition on Thursday. And David, I know.
Yeah, I forgot this one, Peter. I'm so sorry. Like the Montauk.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you get food in my belly. The Montauk CAC put a resolution forward last night to support the purchase of 44 Foxborough Road and also for support for the historical designation. It was unanimous support for both those actions from the CAC. Sorry, I didn't mention that earlier.
That's quite all right. And the other discussions that I think have been ongoing and interest from a number of members of the community is what the town board's response will be to the court's decision not to hear our appeal in the Seaview case, that 4,000 lineal feet of ocean beach that is being claimed by private property owners, and what the next steps of the town board will be. I've stated my support for condemnation as response, asserting eminent domain to ensure that public has free access over areas of our town beach that has traditionally and always been accessible, and for the purposes that it has been historically accessible. And I know that we'll be discussing plans to move forward and next steps later today in exec. And I just want to make that clear. And that's all I have for a liaison report. I believe we have a few resolutions to offer.
We do. I have resolution 2021-1037. It's a change in hours for Lisa Moscato and our adult daycare program supervisor. She's requested a reduction from 40 hours to 35 hours per week, and that's with no change in hourly rate or budget account, effective retroactive to September 13th, 2021.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passed and carried.
Resolution 2021-1038 is a status change from seasonal to part-time recreation department for the following employees, effective September 19th, 2021.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, passed and carried.
1039 is authorize an agreement and a budget modification for the removal of the grounded boat, which was posing an environmental hazard to the lake, and the boat was full of fuel, and its holding tanks were full of septic waste. Where Chief Harbor Master retained Keith Grimes to remove the boat. Board authorizes Keith Grimes for a total sum of $22,942 for the services performed.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passed and carried. By the way, we'll be looking to sell that vessel in order to recoup the costs incurred.
Resolution 2021-1040 is to amend affordable housing ground lease for Mortensen. This is because one of the people on the lease is not is being dropped from the lease.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passed and carried. Resolution 1041 is to amend Resolution 2021-813, resolution continuing retention of outside contractor for Deepwater Wind Project. And that is for Sound Sense in the amount of not to exceed $4,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passed and carried. 1042 is a budget modification for the police department, and that is to increase the sales tax distribution in the amount of $503,317. This represents money withheld from Suffolk County during COVID 2020 that would have gone to mutual aid to the police department as it normally does. That has been restored, and it's going into the revenue line, and it will go into the expenditure lines of full-time salaries in the amount of $400,000, holiday pay in the amount of $5,000, and longevity in the amount of $28,317.
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passed and carried. 1043 is to authorize payment of 2020 time entries on the 21 invoice for Sound Sense. That is in the amount of $675.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passed and carried. Resolution 2021-1044 is a police department detectives training, and that would be in an amount not to exceed $3,600. That would be for Detective Sergeant Daniel Toya, Detective David Orlando, Detective John Anderson, Detective Mike Coleman, Detective Frank Sokolowski, and Detective Arthur Scalzo.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passed and carried. Resolution 2021-1045 is to retain counsel Thomas Crouch Esquire, Crouch Williams Law Firm, and that is to be on a per diem of $1687.50 per meeting of the planning board, and at an hourly rate calling of $225 per hour.
Second.
All in favor? And by the way, that's not to exceed $16,000. All in favor? Aye. Passed and carried. 1046 is to retain counsel Jameson McWilliams, Esquire, Crouch McWilliams. And that is for, again, a rate of $225 per hour. Not to exceed $9,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passed and carried. Any other resolutions, members to offer?
No.
I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session.
I make a motion to go into executive session to discuss personnel in the planning department, land acquisition, pending litigation, and contract negotiations, and to consult counsel.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passed and carried. Shall we say reconvene at 3:45?
Perfect. Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Enjoy that last day of summer, everyone. Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, the official start of fall.
Oof. Too short.
Too short. and yet too long.